So to begin with, for this recording, and this is for personal use, I wanted to quickly look at FCL-server that you have in the upper left window. So on that FCL-server window you have in the left where we had the IP traf, just do a more on ITSC MOTD. So when you log in, you're going to
message of the day. Okay.
And you can see there where the repositories are for everything. All the ISOs will be in /ISO. And I got to double check, but I think I got the November release that just came out, and I want to work with the November release in the next couple days with Thought 2. I want to basically build up a newer GPU-DB. Again, the gateway is always a 10.1.10.1. Our subnet is a 10.1.10 subnet. And DNS and everything is coming off SCL-server. Now, I generally try to hard code the IP address rather than the name. So 10.1.10.15 is what I like to use instead of FCL-server. That way I could change names on the FCL server, also keep it hidden. But FCL-server is also the NIS and NFS home directory. Your ground Marvin system, I expect, will have home on Marvin or ground, not within this. So I'm not sure how we want to handle authentication and whether we want a second NIS server for Marvin. I don't know yet.
So I was thinking ground could serve out home to any of the...
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But again, we just got to make sure that NIS has the same user IDs. Right?
Okay, so, all right.
Usually comes from an NFS server, but in this case, NIS is coming from SCL-server because that's where that NFS server was from.
Okay.
But now that we're introducing your home.
So NIS doesn't handle user IDs?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But if we're going to have two of them, we got to make sure they're in sync.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it.
Or if we're doing just NIS on ground, or I'm sorry, if we do just NFS, we better make sure that the user IDs it's using are coming from the same place.
Yep.
I'm just saying one IS and two NFS servers can be a little bit more tricky.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So
I get it, but yeah, that might not be a bad idea. We'll get there. And
I don't know if we'll have one IS or two NIS. That's all I'm saying. So DNS is coming from SCL server. The Comcast DNS is 75.75.75.75. There's also a .76. That's what I might put as a secondary DNS server.
Sure. Yeah.
And that won't know about the DNS coming off of FCL-server. And then a normal net mask. Again, the repository and everything is on 10.1.10.15. The NIS domain, as you saw, was FCL. You can just do domain name where you are.
Uh-huh.
All one word. And it's FCL. We talked about fully qualified, but I'm used to just a single, not fully qualified. And the domain. So Comcast is giving us wp.comcast.net. Right. And then I up NIS here. So go into YAST. And this is the curses version. Go down, narrow to Network Services. There you are. Tab over to the right. And then down to DNS. I want a DNS server. I think it's up.
Okay. All right.
Hit enter. So I try to configure through YAST if I can because it makes things simpler. Some people like command line. Some people hate YAST, but I usually start there.
Uh-huh.
So now we're actually looking at the DNS server, different options. Just tab down to OK. This is all named D setup. And then quit out of there.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show you that. CD into var lib name D. cd into /var/lib/named ls. Now see that 10.1.10?
Yep.
That's for reverse DNS.
Okay.
Now cd into master. And Oracle was very picky about the reverse DNS. I had an extra dot in there, and only Oracle was complaining about it. Do more on that fcl.up.comcast.net. So this is the domain that I set up. And I am not a named DNS person. Typically, my lab systems, I didn't have to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's where we're specifying all the DNS
Okay.
and the IP address for them. Notice on Deep 1 and 2, I've got some VIPs and privs and scans. Those are all for Oracle. And for what Oracle's cluster product called Grid. Go ahead and page down.
What's the
Keep on going. So there's the Hadoop cluster.
Oh, okay.
Magmas.
The magmas, okay.
Things like that. Okay, notice I've added ground
and Marvin, okay.
ground and Marvin.
All right.
So we'll talk about getting to ground BMC, not in this session. We're focusing on the UV right now.
Cool.
Okay?
Yep.
So that's the DNS. And service name stop and start, and varlog messages has information about it. I'm not going to start and stop and watch the output right now.
No, we don't need to go there.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, cd into var-yp.
So I was poking around here some.
Good. So an LS. So in there, the password, the group, and the shadow. That's where all the NIS authentication is coming from.
Right.
What I will generally do is use the normal user add command, and then the password command, and then copy them out of ITSI password, ITSI shadow, ITSI group maybe, put them into those 3 files, and then once it's done, then I will remove them from the ITSI files because I don't want it in both places.
And then do you have to do anything with NIS to bring them in?
So then I do a make. So you're in the directory, just type in make.
Yeah.
Just type in make. And that's what's then going to rebuild the DBMM maps and stuff like that. Do a file on FCL/* file space FCL/flat.
/ and
Yep.
Oh,
so you can
okay.
see that's a
TM
type
Yeah.
structure. So there's NIS commands to convert them back to ASCII and stuff like that. I don't use that stuff often enough to remember it off the top of my head.
Sure.
Okay, and do a cat on you're where you are. Just cat on password. So that's all the stuff, and I'm trying to keep the normal password files just vanilla, and then add in additional users there. And I added in Aorth in there, that sort of thing. And all these homes are on SCL-server in this example.
Right.
So if I were to add a new user, I'd do the user add -m to make the home directory. Do an ls-l on /home. Because we want to make sure that those homes all have proper, and notice one in there has a user ID. What is that one? I can't read it in blue. Halfway there, the 3726 or what, 3126? What is that user? Me? M-E?
Yeah. Oh, this guy here, yeah. So this guy, and that's me.
Yeah. So that's one that isn't in the database anywhere, and we should just remove that one anyways.
Okay, what is user me?
There is none. It was probably a test.
Oh, okay. All right.
So go ahead and just rmfr on home/me. But in general, the user ID and the ownership of that directory, we run home. should match up. If they don't, we're in trouble. And NIS and NFS are out of sync.
Right.
Okay? Notice there is some Oracle O install owners in there as well.
GPU DB user too.
Do an ID on that. Let's pick that one up at the top. Oracle. Do an ID in Oracle.
Okay.
So there you can see the user ID, the group ID, the groups that it can belong in. And there were a variety of groups in there. Go ahead and grep Oracle in ITSE group. Actually, not in ITSE group, I'm sorry. Let's do it in var YP group where you are, just in group where you are.
Okay.
It actually should not be in the ITSE group one.
Yeah, so this way we can actually compare the two.
Yeah.
And
so notice MySQL picked up an Oracle group that was left over that I didn't clean up properly. And then in the NIS one, we can see the various places where the Oracle user, what groups they belong in. So I do have to muck with that stuff. Note that Oracle, by the way, has a group password on it so that the Gaia staff can do things with the Oracle account. You see where there's a password there?
Yep. Yeah, I see it there.
And the second one there, was that IBA? I can't read. After MySQL, the second one also had a password.
Oh, the DBA.
DBA.
Yeah, so that makes sense too.
So, again, do a tail on ITSE password. WD.
Yeah, well.
It's okay. Tab key's always a friend too. Notice the plus colons.
Yep.
See that?
Yeah.
So if I add a user with the user add, I copy it out of those files until I know that I've successfully copied them. Then I will delete them out of that file and depend upon NIS or FCL-server. I don't want it in both places, right? If they change a password, I want only NIS to have that information.
Exactly.
So the plus colon, and then the shadow and the group file also have delimiters at the end to say go to NIS. So any questions on that? So we've talked about DNS, we've talked about NIS. Okay?
Yeah, if you want to talk about NIS just for a moment more, so almost all the NIS we're doing is on server, right?
On FCL server, that's the NIS server, YP serve, correct. That's the only place YP serve is running.
Do we have any other outside servers coming into NIS?
Yes, we have clients. So there are a lot of clients in here.
Okay. So, and that's all working, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Deep 1, Deep 2, hopefully Thought 1 and Thought 2, but those are new routes. But Deep 1 and Deep 2 definitely are coming into NIS, and that works correctly. So within the Linux environment, NIS is working correctly, and I was testing that right away.
Mm-hmm.
And my one problem is I don't want to hack into their accounts and use their accounts. I don't know their passwords. So that's why I'll create an account like me or Test, and then see if I can get in with that account.
Yep.
Any other questions right now on NIS or DNS?
No, I think we're good.
So the next step is this thing is a Pixie installation server.
Okay.
So first of all, I'll do more on ITSE-DHCP.conf. PD. So this is saying when a Pixie request comes in, and you would see this in varlog messages with a request and then an ACK. And these are fixed IPs. So I see host for Deep 1, Deep 2, Thought 1. Go ahead, just keep going down.
Yeah, I was just looking at, okay, so you're picking up off the MAC address
Yep, and giving it a fix.
and giving it a fix, okay?
Also, is there a DHCP range up at the top? I don't see, go up to the very top. Is there any other option? No.
Option, domain name, servers, routers.
I don't
Yeah.
see this one giving out any dynamic DHCP ranges, but we want to make sure that if it does not collide with DHCP coming from the VPN,
Yeah.
from the Juniper. So that thing may have a DHCP server as well. So sometimes when I'm trying to Pixie boot, the hub, like the Juniper, might give me a IP address instead of FCL-server.
So
okay, so we're primarily interested. Go ahead.
You gave it the EFI file, right? File
yes.
name. Did we define the path to that file anywhere in here?
So this is all TFTP boot. So it automatically goes there. So that's
it
the next
automatically
step.
goes where?
TFTP boot. So if you're out of there now, CD into /TFTP boot. So that's going to give it an IP address. So CD into /TFTP boot for trivial. Tab. Tab key's a friend. Go ahead, hit enter. Tab key will also fill out. If you hit tab key twice, it'll give you your options if there's more than one thing there.
Okay.
So DHCP, that bootx64.efi is sitting there. I'm not going to cover how I built this right now, but basically I mounted a SLES ISO and go in and pull off the initRD, the kernel, and note that I have a -install because the installation kernel off the DVD is different than a boot kernel. The install kernel can go rescue. The boot kernel cannot. So they are slightly different kernels.
Right.
Okay?
Oh. Yeah.
I also have RHEL in there. Now, I've had grub problems, and I'm more used to eLilo, so I'm using the bootx64.efi rather than a grub.efi. And SLES is friendlier with eLilo than grub. Now,
Okay.
I can boot Red Hat with grub or eLilo. I can boot SLES with grub or eLilo, but the common denominator is always eLilo. Okay?
Yep.
So that bootx64.efi is basically a eLilo loader. It's a DOS binary. That's what the .efi says. Okay? I pulled these off the DVD. I gave my own names to them. Now let's look at the elilo.conf. So when we run that bootx64.efi, that is actually eLilo. Scroll up to the beginning. So right there, that's good. So the bootx64.efi is going to automatically look for elilo.conf. bootx64 is actually eLilo. It's just the eLilo that's on the install DVD, not a /boot file system. So this is an eLilo. Notice it's got a default, which is going to be SLES11 SB3-install.
Right.
I've got a prompt there.
Yeah.
So the prompt is going to give me a eLilo boot : and then I've got an 80-second before it's going to default, and the default is SLES11 SB3-install, which is the first one. Don't go by that one. Go down 2 more lines by label.
Well, okay. So
remember, highlight the label. No, up. Highlight the first label.
Oh, I see.
4 lines.
So you were saying go down to
2 more.
2 more lines.
Label equals.
Oops.
No.
I'm sorry, I was in cat. I forgot.
That's okay.
Let's try that again.
Huh?
We'll get into less.
So label equals is what we were looking at. It's about 8 lines down. No, you're way past it now. Okay, right?
Okay.
Go back. It's 4 lines down, 3 lines down.
So
you see image, append, and then label. Forget the line wrap.
I see it right
there.
So that's what it's going for.
Yes, we're going by label. So ignore image equals. That's the difference with Grub. Grub doesn't do this the same way.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Okay.
So you were burned by that the other day, and I'm just highlighting that.
That was the ground problem?
No. Ground was a different thing.
Okay, so when did I get burnt by this?
Well, when we were talking the other day and going through this as an example, that threw you off once before.
Yeah, I do remember you mentioning this before, because I'm so used to going by the image label.
I know. That's why I'm reinforcing that right now, because I remember that.
Okay.
Keep in mind, this is what I've been doing for 32 years, walking students through this stuff, so don't take it wrong.
No problem.
So right after the image equals, then we have the append equals, then the label, then the init.rd.
Okay.
And notice these images and init.rds are relative. They're not absolute, which is different than grub. So they're coming out of the FAT, or in our case, out of the BOOTFI. Notice the second one there is actually an AutoYast, and I can see AutoYast equals, and then I'm pointing to an AutoYast file, and an install equals.
Oh, neat.
Okay? And the third one, I've added a rescue in there. But right now, I don't want to use those, and don't ever trust my AutoYast files. In fact, that AutoYast file there, go down, you see deep 1 dash, about 5 lines down from what you highlighted. So there's append equals, about 8 lines from the top right now.
Append
equals, AutoYast. Keep going on that line. Install / and then there's an XML file. Nope, up one. You were just about there. Right there.
Okay.
So you see that deep 1, Gaia, no SGI?
Yeah.
That might not even be there.
Oh.
So I often stick a bogus one in there to stop at that point, and then I can pick which XML file, AutoYast file I want. Rather than having 30 different entries in this file, I basically have a dummy stub there, and then it'll say, I don't find that file, and then I can put in the AutoYast file that I actually want to use.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
That way I don't have to have 30 different stanzas in this thing. I just have one stanza, and then I can pick which AutoYast file I want.
Huh.
Okay?
Cool. Yeah, as long as it recovers from it, I guess, right?
Well, it'll stop and say, I can't find this one, and then you can put in the name that you want.
Yeah.
So quit out of there for a second now. CD to / install, uppercase I. Tab key. LS. LS splat XML.
LS what?
Asterisk.
Oh.
LS space asterisk XML, all one word, XML.
Okay.
So those are all the AutoYast files, and I have a Ridge, a backup that I dump things into as well. So don't ever trust these things. The KVM ones are great for Hadoop. Those work. I use them over and over again. Okay? Did I have a KVM for Marvin in there?
I'm not seeing it.
I created something in there, maybe by timestamp or something. But again, those are rough ones. Let's do CD. Okay, we're in the directory. Do a VI on deep 1 dash Gaia. Tab. Go ahead, just tab. So you can pick the next character. What do we got there? .x
dash or .xml.
.xml. So if you hit tab twice, it'll actually show you your choices. Search on confirm, lowercase confirm. So notice it's false. I'll often set that to true. And then basically it will stop me at the installer screen and allow me to change the configuration on the fly. In particular, the root device, for example. So go ahead and change that to true. See the faults, change it to true. And then if I'm in AutoYast, if I don't trust this AutoYast file, it now stops me at the installer screen, and then I can see what I'm actually doing. Double check the drives and stuff like that. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to do AutoYast right now. In fact, none of these AutoYast files are LVM root. And the AutoYast files, you have to be careful about what you're installing on. That's kind of why I like to stick into true, to make sure that I'm installing the proper partition and stuff like that. So let's quit out of there. Now, we're in the install directory, cd into SLES11-SP3. And there's the CD. CD into CD1.
Yeah.
LS. Now, YAST has the ability to build this, but basically you're mounting the ISO and copying it into this directory. So this is kind of my personal convention. I've always used /install to install from. Okay? CD up a directory. CD into FOU, hit the tab, well, go up another directory. CD up one more directory. And then CD into FU, hit the tab key. Yep, there you go. 10 tab. We have a 11 now, but CD into tab key.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hit the tab again. Double hit it. And now you can see your choices. So we want SLES. That tab key is real helpful if you're not used to it. So there's the foundation. Every UV has to have foundation installed. Has to. In particular, we'll talk about SGI base configuration and UV config to make sure that the kernel boot parameters are forced to what SGI wants. Okay? Let's CD into /ISO uppercase. So there you can see a variety of different things. This is where I'm trying to dump ISOs. Go into SGI, CD into SGI, LS. And notice there is a 2.11. Do an LS-L. And notice there are some that I pulled in November 7th. Okay?
Yeah.
We are not running that release yet. That just came out this month.
Where are we at?
The prior one, 1.8 instead of 1.9, which is last spring. It's 2 releases a year, November and May. Now, U.S. Postal generally runs about 9 months behind a release. So they upgrade every 6 months and basically take something that's about 6 months old. So I don't expect us to upgrade to this release unless Ivy Bridge and some of the PCI problems go away. I don't expect us to be upgrading to this 1.9 until April, May timeframe, the next upgrade cycle that Postal plans. So right now they're going through an upgrade as we speak. Okay?
Yep.
That's where I like to get and pull down my ISOs. Now those ISOs can be pulled down from support.sgi.com, but I've already done it for us. Okay?
Yep.
So we're ready to move forward. First of all, in that window, do a tail-F. Is spelled right? Tail?
Yeah.
Is that spelled right?
Yeah, I think so.
T-A-I-L? Okay. The font's small. Look like T-L-P-A-L-I.
Yeah, I suppose it's hard to see on your end.
That's fine. /var/log/messages.
Okay.
And I'm
So
going to assume that the DHCP server is up and running. In fact, what do I got up there? Name D restarted about 11:51. I'm not sure. That must have been us when we went into YAST and then left YAST, remember?
Yeah.
So it must have restarted name D when we did that. And it looks clean. Okay, go to the right window now. Go to the window the putty that you've got to the right.
I'm there.
SSH into SMN.
Oh, shoot. Come on. Oh, Putty may have
So
timed
the
out on me.
SMN is just for us. It is a maintenance console interface into the UV.
I
Did
think,
you get a timeout?
yeah,
Did you
I
lose
think I
it?
got, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they happen to me too if I don't use a window quick enough.
Yeah. All right.
So I was talking too long.
All right. We'll get that going.
Yep. So what I want to do now is go to the SMN and look at the SMN commands.
All right.
And then we are going to pixie boot, start the installer, and then once the installation is going, we're going to take a break.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. What have I got?
Spell
Capcom or
Aorth wrong?
something?
Did you log in? Is that Aorth or AI? It looks okay, I guess.
Yeah. Just a sec here. Yeah, okay, just fat fingering it. That's all.
Sure,
So,
fine.
we're going to the SMN.
SSH to SMN.
Magic password?
Yes.
Oh, shoot. I fat fingered that too. Just a sec.
Yeah. Tom was putting up passwordless SSH keys, but that to me was a security issue, and I didn't like it.
No. Okay.
Oh, go in as root. You're logged in as yourself. SSH root at.
Okay. Oh, duh. Okay.
Oh, whether NIS is configured there or not, but generally I'm trying to keep NIS off.
Yeah. There, finally. Okay.
Okay.
I wish I had my Bluetooth
do a watch
back.
config-v. Watch config-v. No, watch space config.
Oh.
Lowercase v dash lowercase v.
Lowercase v. Oh, I'm sorry.
Lowercase v.
Okay.
So I'm not too concerned about seeing everything down there, but watch again is running this command repeatedly.
Uh-huh.
When Tom is shuffling bricks around, I can see what bricks he's pulled out because they will drop out of this list.
Oh.
Okay? So each one of these is a BMC on each blade. They're getting an IP address from DHCP server running on the CMC. You can actually log into each one of those BMCs, and we can log into the CMCs. Bring up another putty window now.
Okay.
I sent you a URL to the CMC reference manual on all the CMC commands.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate that.
They are available both on the SMN and on the CMC, but some of them only work on the CMC.
Now, you want me to go to the SMN again?
Yep, go to the SMN.
I didn't take that.
Now, we have production work on Deep 1, Deep 2, I hope. So on that one, do a HWCFG. -AV, HWCFG, -A for all, V for verbose, pipe it into less. So these are variables set on the CMC. We can disable blades. Notice the IO riser disable. If I put this together as a single system, I'm going to have to disable 3 of the 4 base IO cards. Or it'll say, I don't know which base IO to boot from.
Okay.
And also notice NL6 enable is on right now, but if I'm debugging, I might turn it off.
NL6.
And then I can actually see, question?
What is NL6?
That's our Numalink.
Oh, Numalink. Okay.
So if I'm troubleshooting, I might turn off Numalink to come up on a single blade, but there are easier ways to do it.
Okay.
And then you see the blades that are in each partition. So we talked about the brick ID, but rack 1, IRU 1, blades 0 through 3, 4 through 7. And then notice it's I11 for IRU 11, the upper IRU. You okay with that?
Yep.
And that should be about all that's in there. Go ahead and quit out of there.
Okay.
Oh, there were a couple others in there that I don't care about. BIOS equals, for example. Do that again. I don't want to talk about flashing BIOS today right now, but notice the top line. No, the top line.
Top line. BIOS equals common BIOS .fd.
BIOS.fd.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into flashing the BIOS right now, but basically the BIOS is put onto the CMCs in that location.
Oh.
Still there?
Yep. Yep. So you can flash the BIOS from here then, from the CMC?
Yes.
And flash it on each of the blades?
CMCs. I will get into that procedure later, not today.
Yeah, sure. That's kind of cool.
And usually that file will also have a BIOS release level name instead of BIOS.fd.
Yeah.
But I don't like doing that because the default is BIOS.fd, and if things get reset, then it'll go to BIOS.fd instead of the release level name, and they might not be the same BIOS.
So
I will talk about that later.
But
that isn't my operational procedures on how to upgrade and flash the BIOS.
Yeah. So do you do a link then from the current release to the BIOS FD?
Oh, there's a CMC push command. There are different ways of handling it, but no, I'm not linking. I'm copying right on top.
Oh, okay.
You could probably link.
Well, whatever works. As long as somewhere, you got like the main repository, and then if you just push it out to all of them, copy on top, that's fine. As long as there's
and
no other
sometimes
copies.
might have a partition that's on a different BIOS, and every time you change BIOS, hyperthreads get turned on, and other things might happen that you're going to have to reset BIOS changes every time BIOS is changed. There are things that we might have to reset, like this partitioning and stuff.
Right.
Okay? And hyperthreads might have to get turned off. My operational procedures documents that stuff.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Quit out of there in your lower left window. Now, CD into uppercase D, lowercase e, desktop. CD into the desktop directory. Tab. Enter. LS. There's a firmware directory. Go into that one. So notice in there I've got some BIOS files. I've got a CMC, a BMC. Okay?
Uh-huh.
And then you can actually see a PDF in there for config rules and stuff. I was looking for the .fd. See the one that's highlighted? UV2 BIOS Release 3.1 .fd. You see that one with the .fd?
This guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the actual BIOS file after it's been pulled out of the RPM.
Okay.
So I SFTP that, or SCP that to the CMC and use CMC push. but that's the same file as that bios.fd that we had.
Okay.
But let's move on. I just wanted you to look at that. Go up a directory now. And Mike Moline and I would be able to get those RPMs off a support folio. In fact, I'm checking for a 1.4 release in case we want to try it on Thought 2 for Ivy Bridge. So at some point, I'm going to have you help me flash the BIOS to see if the 3.1.4 cleans up our PCI errors as well.
Okay.
Basically, we're going to try to get to the latest software stack from everybody and the latest firmware stack from Magma and Ivy Bridge. So you see these -P files?
Yes.
Go ahead and cat 2B-P. So these are rough scripts. I tweak them every time I need one to save typing. But this one, for example, is disabling a base I/O on it's enabling. Disable is a null. So I1B0 and I11B4 are going to be boot base I/O disks.
Okay.
And then I've got 12 blades, it looks like, in partition 1. And then 4 blades in partition 2.
Okay.
So this is what we did last week when we went to a 12-blade system. Last Tuesday when Magma was in town, that's the script that I ran.
Okay.
And I did tweak it. Notice that I then did disable the last line there.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. So you did disable these two I/O
Right.
blades. Yeah, okay.
If you look in your upper right corner, you see the base I/O blades visible.
Yeah.
They'll actually tell you IP is the in-house processor. That's the SGI blade ID. So even going back to Origin and Indie days, you know, all of their motherboards have had an IP numbering scheme to them. So this is a, what is that, IP 109?
Yes.
So that's basically the motherboard. When we get UV300s, they'll have a new motherboard to them. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So in the lower left, I disabled 2 of the base IOs that were part of the first partition. So the first partition would only boot on the first B0 and ignore the 11B0 and 11B4 to come up as a 12-blade system.
Uh-huh.
Okay? We don't want to run that right now because we would disrupt Deep 1 and Deep 2.
Yeah.
If you were to repartition, you would likely lose console connection. The OS might still be up and running, but you wouldn't be able to get to a serial console for a clean shutdown. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how partitioning is done. And if you look at your config command in the upper right, you can see the partition number in the right column. P1, P2, P3, P4.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Okay? So both HWG and config showed you what partition blades are in. And there are partitioning rules. They have to be sequential. You can't have missing blades. You can't have holes. You can't skip things. They have to be sequential. There are rules about crossing the octo router, which is a big meta router to tie all the hubs together. So there are some rules involved there. We may not partition in the end because we don't have the resiliency we want, where we have interrupted and serviced memory in one partition, and it interrupted another partition. That was bad.
Okay, so I'm trying to compare the two windows here, the lower left and the upper right, and looking at the
left was last week, not this week.
What was that?
The lower left was from last week. Look at the 4-P now.
Oh, okay. So, but we don't have, I thought we had partition 1 and 12. Oops.
We've repartitioned as 4 partitions now.
Oh.
Instead of 2 as an 8 and a 4, look at the 4P1. That's what we're running now.
That makes sense to me. Okay.
That's why they didn't correlate.
Yeah.
We did this morning.
This is part of what you're doing. All right.
So last week, Steve wanted to get to 12 blades and 8 GPUs, but because we didn't have a second Magma, we got to 6 instead of 8. But now we need multiple partitions so that we can all do things in parallel and get the Deep 1, Deep 2 off to the HA group, and then Tom can play with Thought 1, and we can play with Thought 2.
Okay.
That's the advantage of partitioning for us, the flexibility
nice.
there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But if I were to change that back to the 2B-P, it would interrupt service in all the partitions.
Yep.
It is possible for me to destroy and redo partition 3 and 4, but it is risky. I can get away with it without interrupting partition 1 and 2. So I could delete partitions 3 and 4 and put them together as a single, but it's risky. I'll put a 98% confidence, but that 2 or 3% is not worth the risk at USPS.
Oh, definitely. At least not on
Okay?
production. Yeah.
Well, I could get away with destroying and redoing the upper partitions, but I could not destroy 1 and 2 and then get 3 and 4 working. Now, at some point, if we do partitioning, there will be a kernel module loaded that allows these partitions to talk to each other through memory using something on the shub called the GRU, the Global Reference Unit. We'll talk about that later. Don't care about that right now.
That's an SGI thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So rather than having MPI go out on the wire, it can talk between these partitions.
Using NumaLink?
And that reduces latency, increases bandwidth. But that's MPI. That's MPI, and that's a whole other story. We could also do TCP over that NumaLink, but that has got a bug, and it is corrupting the OSs and destroying the networks.
No. We were trying to do OpenMP over NumaLink.
Who was?
Sequent.
Okay. So OpenMP is fine. OpenMPI is a different story.
Right.
So let's be clear. We are using OpenMP within the GPU-DB, and there's no problem with that going across NumaLink within the same partition, but OpenMP cannot go between partitions. It's a single host multi-threading.
I should have thought that through. Yeah. Okay.
With P-threads.
Yep.
If I want to go across partitions and cross hosts, then we're talking OpenMPI, MBAPitch, BAPitch2, MPitch.
Yeah, I didn't think that
Los
through.
Alamos, LAM MPI turned into OpenMPI. But we are basically using SGI's MPI called MPT. Now, SGI's MPT grew out of Cray's MPI even before MPitch was a standard. So SGI's MPI goes back to Cray MPI, that actually goes back to Edinburgh University back about 1990. That's what theirs out of. They never came off of the MPitch or MPI LAM that were the other two foundations for all the other vendors. Completely separate tree. Not a single line of code should be similar to MPitch or MPI LAM that were the other two bases. So MPitch became MPI LAM, MPitch became MBAPitch, MBAPitch2, and a lot of other vendors like Intel based all of it. Oh, what do we got here? Somebody's storming SGL server right.
Yep.
Coming from 103. So we have an attack occurring right now.
I see that.
That's why we need to get the VPN going.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions right now?
No.
So I was just explaining some of the CMC commands. I want to go a step further here.
Okay.
So on your lower left, do a CMC find.
All one word?
All one word.
Oh, okay.
So the BMCs are getting an IP address from the CMC, and the CMC is getting an IP address from the SMN. And this is on ETH1, not ETH0. This 172 is a private subnet just between CMCs and BMCs. Okay?
Okay. All right.
We can actually SSH into that thing. We don't have to. Do a power-v command. So we can see everything that's running there. Config command. Do a BIOS command. Just type in BIOS.
Okay.
So we can see what the BIOS level is. Do a BIOS-S for state. BIOS-S.
Okay.
Go ahead. So now we're actually reading the program counter. So on the lower left, we see the node, and you can actually do an SV now. Go ahead and do an SV. BIOS-SV.
Oh, okay.
And you can actually see the blade, okay? Then the hemisphere. 0 is the lower board, H is the upper board on the blade, right?
Yep.
So the hub, shub, bedrock, whatever you want to call the NumaLink chip, has 2 hemispheres to it, 0 and 1. One is for each blade that then ties into the NumaLink fabric. So the hub actually has 2 halves. It's actually 2 older halves that have been put onto one circuit, onto one wafer.
So how is it it's reporting 12 out of 16 BMCs. So it's not reporting to how you have it partitioned out now then.
So those are the handoffs that are in a slave state that are just basically children of the master base I/O blade.
Oh, okay.
So the other 4 blades are at the OS. Okay, see where they're sleeping versus booted?
Right.
Okay. So we've got 4 base I/O blades, hemisphere 0, which is where the base I/O is, that are in a booted state.
Right.
And everything else is sleeping. Now, this is a 4-partition system, so there are 4 that are booted. You okay?
4 that are booted? I see 2.
But it's 2 out of 16, 2 out of 16. The line above your highlight has 2 out of 16.
Yes. Okay.
And that's twice.
Oh, okay.
So 2 out of 16 are booted there, and then 2 out of 16 are also booted there.
I get it.
Okay?
And then these 2 listed are the booted
Right.
ones? Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So all the BIOS command is reading the program counter from the BIOS, and that's that X in the brackets, the DF 0x001E01 or whatever in the brackets. Highlight the brackets. Yeah. So that IP address or that firmware BIOS address is then converted into a state, and over on the right is the routine. Okay? So after the dash, it's taken that address and said, what general routine are we in? Okay?
Yep.
So now do a watch BIOS-S.
BIOS-F?
S for
F.
state.
Okay.
S for state.
Yeah.
Okay? Now I'm going to ignore the noise in the upper right, but we want to watch for the DHCP request to come in when we're ready.
I'm not sure
Now,
we're going to see it.
Yeah, I know, but if we watch close enough. Now, break out of the upper right window, the config-V. We don't need that right now.
Okay.
If we were to power reset the BMCs or to pull a blade, plug it back in, or the BMCs get power cycled, they will not show up and it will say waiting for link status until they actually get an IP address, and then it will say it's connected. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to leave the BMCs alone.
All right.
Okay? BMCs are on as long as there's power applied to the IRU. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, just for the fun of it, do the CMC find again. And SSH to it. 172.19.1.1. By the way, there are other IPs available out there.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. Secret password is ROT. Root.
Oops. I fingered it.
ROOT.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate this
So you see
keyboard
the
on
prompt?
the laptop.
See the prompt?
Yep.
So now you can see it's CMC.
Uh-huh.
Now just type in CMC uname.
All one word again?
No,
Okay.
CMC space uname.
Oh, better.
So
Okay.
the CMC command is running a Unix command on each of the CMCs.
Ah.
So I can do a CMC space host name.
Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Do a CMC ifconfig.
Ah.
You're not going to log into the other CMCs. These things have been linked together by software in the switch.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to get into that at this level on how the CMCs are hooked together to create a single system.
Okay.
Okay, now type in BMC uname or hostname. BMC hostname. Let's use hostname. So now that is actually giving me the Unix command in each BMC.
Oh.
Okay?
So it went out to each of the BMCs and it requested host name? Oh, nice.
So you can see the BMC it came from and the command output.
Uh-huh.
Now, each of these BMCs does have a web interface to it. I don't want to use it right now.
Uh-huh.
But if I'm installing Windows, for example, I'm going to need a web browser pointing to the BMC of the base I/O.
Uh-huh.
So let's do this. SSH R1 I11 B0. Zero.
That'll get
Enter.
me.
Notice our prompt changed, and we're now on the BMC. Okay?
So how did it, I didn't have to do the R001 I11B0?
Yeah, I could shorten it. You don't need the leading zeros.
Oh, okay.
It'll take it both ways.
Wow.
Anything else?
Nope.
So now we're actually on the base I/O for thought 1.
Oh.
Okay, I11B0.
Uh-huh.
Now do an ifconfig. Boy, this attack is driving me nuts.
I know, right?
Scroll up. See the, go up to ETH1. See the 172, what is that, 30, 52, 100? The top one for ETH0.
172, 30, 50, 100, yep.
So I could point on the SMN, I could point a web browser to that IP address and get the BMC in the serial console for that particular partition. We're not going to do that right now. I do have this documented for the Windows installation because Windows does require a GUI for installation. But we'll come back to that later. So I'm just saying the BMCs are on the net, and those BMCs do have a web address, just like the BMC we had on ground.
Okay.
Different BMC rev level, but basically the same.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Any questions?
Yeah. No.
Well, let's exit out of the BMC.
And
Let's
we're
CD
still
into
in
/common. I'm not sure it was.
We're on the CMC, is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it was right now. We'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah, I don't see a common.
Yeah. HW, it's somewhere. Let me come back to that in the BIOS procedure. Again,
Sure.
some of the procedures are meant saying, well, I haven't touched BIOS in 9 months. What was the secret sauce that I remembered?
Yeah,
okay?
right.
So, now I want to do a UV, in that window, UV-Con R1. Is that a con or conf? I want UV-Con for console.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
UV-Con, just the single N?
One. I11.
Oops.
B4.
All right.
And what is that blade?
Oh, is it going to list it here for me?
That's the base I/O for Thought 2. It won't tell us here.
Okay. I was wondering if it listed out.
But it won't tell us from there.
Okay.
Not until we actually have it booted do we know. I just know that base I/O blade is for Thought 2.
Right, because we had looked at it earlier where we defined the base I/O blades.
But if we swap blades around, I wouldn't know what is actually on that thing. Okay? So you're at the end of it. We're going to tail that thing.
Okay.
We're going to watch it. Okay?
Right.
Bring up another putty now. And then go to the SMN.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Put
move
that
it
in the
down
lower
to,
right window.
Yeah.
Do a UV-Con. Type in UV-Con space --clear. --clear. That will clear all the older logs on that console. Now, if the system panicked, I didn't want that yet. Break out of there. Control right bracket Q. We're not done yet. Up arrow. Up arrow. Space. Nope, you went one too far. Down arrow.
Oh, clear. You want the
Space.
UV-Con clear?
Space. --no cache. --no cache. That was a --clear, by the way, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I got UV-Con --clear --no cache.
Space --steal.
I'm sorry, what?
Steal. STEAL, to steal the console in case somebody has it.
Okay.
Steal. STEA.
Still.
Burglary. I'm stealing the console. I'm in Ferguson. Oops, sorry. EA. Is that an EA?
EA.
I'm robbing you. Okay?
Yeah.
Space P4.
Okay.
Now remember, the config command in the upper window had the partition schemes. Now, before you hit enter, so --clear will clear the log. But without the no cache, I would see the current log, and then the next time I connect, I would see it cleared. The no cache says, don't give me anything now either. So --clear --no cache starts all clean. Because we're going to reboot this sucker.
I see. And we're going to take it away, but then we specified it just by P4 rather than, so.
Before you did to a P0 by default, and we didn't have a P0 even. Notice right 2 lines above, no slot to partition 0. See that 2 lines above?
Yep, I see it.
Okay. So now hit enter.
Okay.
Okay? So that's all clear, waiting for things. So upper right window now.
I'm not seeing much.
Good, that's fine. Now to go to the upper left.
Where we're getting hammered?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy.
So go to the upper left, break out of there. I'm just going to keep us to 4 windows. So SSH to SMN.
Because I didn't have to root because I was root. Okay,
Yeah.
from there.
So that was a passwordless login
Yep.
that Tom had set up. So as root, you didn't get prompted, right?
Yep.
So Tom has stuff in the .ssh directory for each of the keys. In fact, let's do an ls on .ssh.
Right. So I've done this before.
Server, and then on FCL server, there are going to be the keys for Deep One or SMN and stuff. Okay?
Yep.
Questions right now?
No.
So, I now want to do a power reset P4. Oh, hang on. My mistake. This is personal preference. Back up. Power-S for single blade. We're going to install, and it's easiest to come up with a single blade. -S.
-S? Whoops.
Lowercase s for
Lowercase.
single.
Yeah.
Space P4.
P4. Okay.
So that's going to oops. What
Oops,
happened
what
here?
I do? Power-S P4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reset P4. We need the action.
Oh, okay. So
Power off on space reset. So power-S. No, power-S.
Okay,
then
we
reset.
leave the -S. Okay. I was going to ask. So power-S reset P4.
P4. Yeah, it is position sensitive, as I remember.
Oh,
So the -S is going to bring up this one blade.
All right.
That means any additional drives, any SATA, anything that's off, not on that first blade, won't be seen. Your reboots will be quicker. Your install will be quicker. Discoveries will be quicker. And the only thing visible to the installer will be the disks that are on the base I/O blade. And they will be predictable as being SDA and SDB. If I were to do this without a single blade, I might see the NAS devices, I might see 10 gig E devices, and it gets very difficult to sort out the hardware that I've got. So by doing it as single, that makes it a lot cleaner to do the install. So go ahead now, hit enter. And we're going to start to see things happen. So there, you can start to see resets going on in the BIOS, and you can see the resets going on both the BIOS output on the right and the console output on the right. So we're watching the lower left corner mostly right now.
Okay. Yep, I see the cold reset.
And it may go through this a couple of times. Tom was noticing that. It's there upper right. I see my banner. I see the banner. And if I'd done this UV con with a pipe into TEE, all this output could go into a file. So the lower left, I can see the uncore, which is basically the L3, the stuff that's off-core but on-chip being initialized. Remember, the other 3 partitions are in a handoff and should not be touched by us. Only this partition should have been reset. Notice the upper left corner, our power reset has now come back. Okay?
You back?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay.
Hey, Steve wants me to get a smartphone. I have one, but the wife has it today, and we generally shared it. But anyway, questions where we are right now.
You're using the Magic Jack right now, right?
Yeah.
It sounds pretty clear. I'm surprised you dropped off.
Drop-offs occur for lots of different reasons. Yesterday I had network dropouts, and that impacted Magic Jack. But in any event, moving forward, any questions right now?
So we kicked out of the Power -S Reset P4, and yet it's still in reset.
Yes. So the Power Reset command is returned, but the reset is still taking effect.
So we do have to pay attention then.
So, yeah, the lower left is what I generally watch. I am seeing it into NumaLink now, so I'm seeing NumaLink Discovery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see that.
And in the upper right, I can see what it's doing. Now, during NumaLink, it might find BIOSes or firmware out of sync, and suddenly we'll get another reset. So Tom was seeing that this morning, where we went through several resets as all these BMCs get all on the same page.
So
lower right.
Yep.
So we now have the console. Now you're going to get a space bar coming up here.
All right.
There, hit space bar.
Okay.
And we've now stopped it. Okay? So upper left, the power reset came back right away. But then we had a couple of minutes while the BIOS was initializing before the console output showed anything. The bigger the system, the longer that BIOS is going to take.
Oh, yeah.
So if I've got 12 blades, it's going to be a lot longer than one blade. And again, we booted with one blade.
Right.
In order for us to get back to 4 blades, we're going to have to do a power reset without the -S. So it's going to stay in a single blade system on all our reboots until we're done. Okay? So the upper left, I was broken off, but there's noise in varlog, var mail root. If a partition is down, it's storming. I am basically just copying dev null onto that thing.
All right.
It's way too noisy. Go ahead and type mail in the upper left. And they're all noisy. How many do we got there? Only 71 messages. I cleaned it yesterday. So I'll quit out of there. Let's copy /dev/null to /var mail root.
Okay.
And now it's quiet again. And after everything's quiet and all our partitions are staying up for a week, then I would clear that. But it's way too noisy, and SGI says, well, put a mail filter on. I said, well, stop storming me with crappy mail. Any questions?
No. Well, no. I was looking at the where we went into the platform.
Yes. So that's where we're going to get next. So the upper left, we did the Power -S reset. That came back. Then we watched the summary of the BIOS -S output on the left, and we could do it by blade with SV for verbose, but then it's too long of a list. Watch the actual BIOS output in the upper right. And we connected to the blade, not to the console, not to the partition number. We did a UV-con to R1, I11, B4 in this case. We could also look at B5, B6, and B7. In the lower left, that BIOS summary, you might see asserts or cat errors.
Okay.
Asserts and cat errors are fatal firmware errors.
Oh, okay.
And it usually means possibly even resetting the IRU and stuff like that. So if I see a cat error, I can do a UV-con to the blade that did the cat error and then see why it had an error. So when you have assertion errors or cat errors, it will tell you the blade that asserted, and then you can do a UV-con on that blade and see if there's any diagnostic there. For example, if I did not turn off a base I/O blade, it's going to assert and say, hey, I got more than one IOH. What do you want me to do? It won't know what to boot from. So then you got to disable the second base I/O. Okay?
Yep.
So the upper right is the UV-Con on a blade ID showing the BIOS output. If there are errors, the training, scanning, all that stuff was in there. Okay? Now, upper right corner, Control-C. Do a Control-C.
Yeah,
that won't work, right?
Yeah.
How do I get out of a console? Control right bracket Q.
What?
Okay? Try Control right bracket Q. We're trying to get you out of the upper right window. Still with me?
Yeah, I'm not getting a response.
Sure. So is that window selected?
Yes. This guy?
Yeah, so a control, hold the control right bracket key, lift, and then Q.
What am I doing wrong? Control right bracket Q, and what'd you say in between there?
Let me log in here.
Control.
Same would be true in the lower right corner. So I'm going to R1, I1, I'm sorry, I11, B4. Okay, now watch the upper right window.
Yeah.
Does it say I just stole?
Yep.
Okay. Or just connected? I'm spying.
You're spying on it, yeah.
I'm going to do a control right bracket S, and now I've stolen it. Okay? Now you select your window again and try control right bracket S. See if you can steal it back. Try control right bracket question mark.
No input
so
allowed.
Something's right. You're not able to steal it.
Yeah. So
I'm going to log out and give it back to you.
am I using the wrong brackets? Or which brackets are you using?
The right bracket, the closing bracket, the one that faces to the left.
Yeah, but square bracket?
Square.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to do a control right bracket Q to get out.
Okay.
So you should now have the console back. Hit enter.
No.
Okay, you're still stuck here. Not sure why right now. Control right Q is what we need.
Yeah.
Maybe something's wrong. You're on Windows, right?
I am.
I'm going to do a kill all of UV-Con.
Okay.
Did you get kicked out? No. I think that one's on the CMC.
So I can just hit a question mark. Oops. Oh, you kicked me out now.
Yeah, okay. I just killed the UV-Con command.
All right, good. Yeah, so, okay. So
Exit out of CMC. Let's get out of the CMC.
Okay. Where do we want to go?
Just do an exit.
There? All right.
Now try your UV-Con on the blade again. UV-Con, R1, I1, R1, I1, I'm sorry, I11.
That's right. And B4?
B4, pipe, B4, pipe symbol.
And
TEE, like a golf tee. TEE.
Okay.
Space, whatever you want to call the file, output. Let's just call it output.
All right.
Sometimes I'll put a timestamp on it or describe what the output is about. Okay? Now, control right bracket Q. You see right there the syntax.
Right.
So can you get out now? Control right bracket Q.
Ah, okay. Yep. I don't know
So
what
I'm
I was
not sure
doing.
what was on with the CMC connection. That should have worked as well.
Yeah.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
So we really don't need the BIOS on the upper right anymore. In the left, upper left window, I want to go back to exit back to FCL-server.
Okay.
Bear with me, you know, I know we've been going for a while here.
Uh-huh.
So, oh no, I wanted the lower left. Doesn't matter right now.
Oh,
Upper
okay.
right, do a tail and tail-F and var log messages. Well, got to be root.
Oh, yeah.
Log rotate could be changed to change that, but I generally don't.
Yeah, there's no need.
So tail-F on the var log messages. And yeah, we're going to see all that storming noise. But now, bottom right window, where we have the Romley platform. Now, it's still sitting there. Anything on the serial console, if you disconnect the console, when you come back in, it'll be in whatever you were before. I've had students and even the pros log in through the serial console, SSH to another machine, SSH to another machine, control right bracket Q. Then they grab the console and see the prompt isn't the machine that they thought they were connecting to, because they forgot that they had their prior session had logged into other machines. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when you grab that console, whatever it was, if you had left it wide open with root on some system somewhere, and somebody comes in and connects to that console, they have whatever you were logged in as. So it's a good practice to always log out of that serial console. Okay?
Yep.
So, oh, by the way, I see an assertion going on here in the lower left.
Oh, yeah.
That's not good. So let's find out what happened. I know what happened.
Okay.
We came up as a single blade.
Oh, and why is that an assertion?
The other blades, the other three blades are not being used, so they're shut down. They're asserted. Go ahead and quit out of there. Do a BIOS-SV. No watch needed. -SV for verbose. Go ahead. So notice the blades 5, 6, and 7 are the ones that asserted. And remember, we came up as a single blade, power-S.
That's right. That's right. So
but go ahead and do a UV con on one of those blades. UV con R1, I11, B5. And it says could not find legacy IO. Okay? Because they weren't tied to the base IO. They didn't have anything to come up on.
Okay.
And then you can actually see right below that the IP address and the routine that is asserted on. Okay?
Yep.
It might say multiple legacy IOs, meaning that we didn't disable something.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we can quit out of there, control right bracket S. By the way, if you don't really get the console, a control C might break you out. But lower left, control right bracket S.
All right. I'm not doing something right. There we go.
We are. And just do a clear.
Yep.
So that's why the 3 of the 4 blades asserted. Let's do our BIOS-S again. Well, I'm sorry, watch. I'm sorry. Let's do a watch BIOS.
On it? Okay.
Just to see. Go ahead, hit enter.
Oh, you want?
So
okay.
now to the lower right window again. So we want to get back to the console, not the BIOS output, the console itself. So do an up arrow. We probably don't want the -- no cache or clear. So let's just do a UV-Con P4. Just break out of there, Control C.
Oh, okay.
Because we want to see where the BIOS is right now.
Okay.
Just do a UV-Con P4.
All right.
Now, hang on here. I'm going to steal it from you and then see if you can steal it back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was operator error before.
No, we were on the CMC before.
That's true.
And the function keys don't always pass through appropriately.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come in on P4.
There you go.
Spy. I'm going to do a Control S and steal. Now see if you can steal it back.
Okay, so just a Control S or Control bracket.
Control right bracket S. Okay? And I see you stole it from me.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So oftentimes we don't go directly to the CMC. I was just showing that for demonstration. There are some of the CMC commands that are not available on the SMN, but most of them basically SSH to the CMC and run it. That's really what's happening. Okay?
Yep.
So, now, in your lower right window, we somehow have to refresh this thing. So, just do a down arrow. This is where you're going to get messy. Use a down arrow.
On the lower right? Well,
yes.
We're in watch here.
No, in the lower right.
Oh, lower right. I'm sorry. My
other right. That's okay.
All right. There we go.
And down arrow again. So notice we're not getting a good refresh. Down arrow again.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hit enter.
Before. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and hit enter. And now we're into the BIOS. I'm not going to go into the BIOS right now. Hit escape. So now we got a clean window.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to go into Boot Maintenance Manager right now to change my options. I just want to go up to Boot Manager and hit enter. So I'm doing a manual boot here. Okay. I'm not going to go into internal shell right now. I want to go to EFI network. So down arrow.
Just the network?
Enter, and watch the upper window as well for there's the DHCP. It just flipped by. Hit tab real quick. Hit the tab key. There we are. We've stopped it now.
Okay.
Okay? This paused because we hit the tab key and it shows me what my options are.
Ah, nice.
And break out of the upper window now, the noisy window, and grep DHCP, uppercase, grep, uppercase, uppercase. Grep.
Uppercase?
No, lowercase grep.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Uppercase DHCP.
Okay.
/ varlog messages.
So,
and there you can see what just happened. Do a date. Type in date. Type in date. DATE. And you can see 1314, or I'm sorry.
All right.
What is that, 1317 versus 13?
Basically, 1315 is what.
Yeah, and then it's 1316.
And then
so you can see that's the one that just came in.
Yeah.
So we got the request, then it offered, and then we got an act.
Yeah.
So there were 4 events in the log for what we just did.
Yeah.
Okay?
Nice.
So again, I'm just using the default, the first one, but I wanted to stop it. And remember when we were in the FCL server, TFTP boot, elilo.conf?
Right.
These were the stanzas that were in that file.
Yeah, okay.
Now on ground last week, I had to mess with that last option where I had to specify kernel image names and try to boot it in other ways. We'll also practice booting from EFI. But right now, we booted from FCL server's DHCP server. Okay? So we pixie booted now. Any questions?
No.
So let's just hit enter and pick the default. Now I could specify a VNC port or SSH ports, but GUIs are slow, and I'm using a common denominator here, which is curses. So there's YAST and there's YAST2. If I'm installing Windows or Red Hat, I have to have a GUI. I have to have X11. So we are now watching an install kernel being booted from FCL-server. In fact, varlog messages would have shown the TFTP request coming in for /TFTP boot. Ouch, what's going on here? We've got more than one SD device coming up. I was not expecting that. Somehow
here?
Yeah. Somehow it's picking up other devices that might be the NAS or something. I was only expecting an SDA and an SDB.
Uh-huh.
And the real hard part here is I really need to know the serial number or the device ID to be positive of what I'm going to install on.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, I am teaching you the most common path. This is also how I get to rescue. Now, we are not installing from a CD. I'm not physically there. I don't want to monkey with CD, DVD drives.
Right.
So, tab to back and hit enter. Again, this is all documented in the procedures, and we'll pick through those later.
Uh-huh.
I only understand English, so let's stick with that.
Oh,
American
that's good.
English, British English. Now here, I could have gone down to expert mode.
Uh-huh.
I could do other things, but basically start installation.
Okay.
Now here, I could have gone down to start rescue. I used that with you the other day.
Right.
We're not going to use that.
Okay.
I could have boot and installed root. If the FAT was screwed up, I could boot a root and fix up the FAT.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to go to the top one, start installation, hit enter. And no DVD, so we're going network, correct. Go to the network one.
Okay.
And NFS. It is HTTP as well, but NFS does not have authentication requirements. So go ahead and hit enter. And here's the hard part now. Down arrow, do we have more than 2 NICs? We do not. So ETH0 is the one we want.
Okay.
If we came up with more than one blade, those 10 gig blades, those 10 gig cards might have come in, and we might actually have a whole bunch of ETHs, and we don't know what's what. I really wish it had MAC addresses here, and we don't have that. So sometimes it's a game. Now, also, go in the upper left window there. Upper left window. Exit to FCL-server. Do a more on ITSI hosts. Keep going. Notice in the right, the far right column, I have commented in the MAC expected for ETH0. You see the MACs there?
Yep, yep.
So let's go down and find thought 2. So I'm just keeping a note there. Thought to,
Okay.
up there it is. So it is a 0800.
Yep, 69.
It's in a 8B2038.
Yeah,
Okay?
8B98.
So it's kind of nice to have that. So whenever you're sanity checking things, I'm trying to keep ITSE hosts. Notice they're commented out
Right.
because they're all in DNS. But I'm using that file to document things. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if you or Tom were to grab an IP address, that's the file to see if it's been used already or not.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, actually, I like that a lot.
So I am using them commented out once they're in DNS. If they're not in DNS and temporary, I leave them in there. But I'm trying to use that file to document the IP, the host names, and the MACs.
Uh-huh.
When we pixie boot on this thing, we should see that MAC address coming in. In fact, look in the right column. What did we have for a MAC address coming in?
On this guy?
The right column there.
Yeah. So we did actually. We had.
PR.
Yep.
Okay.
We had this guy right here coming in.
So now I know what is what, right?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to show you how I'm using ITSE hosts to kind of bookmark or to save slots. They're commented out because DNS provides it. Any questions?
No.
I know this is going long here. We're about ready for a break here, but let's go down to the lower right window now and hit enter to do an OK.
All right.
But I wish I had Max visible there, and I don't. Let's use DHCP. It already has one, but let's do it again. Now, we do have to be careful because the lease time on these DHCPs might not expire, and we might run out of the pool. And then I have to go into the switch. Okay, so now we're going to put in 10.1.10.15. Again, that is the mojo within this environment. That has everything. Hit enter.
Okay.
And now it's / uppercase I and then lowercase install / SLES11 SP3 / CD1, uppercase CD1.
Oh, that's
uppercase
Yep.
CD1.
Yeah.
And again, I've done this so many times, but it is documented in my operational procedures for installing SLES.
Yeah, and we were in there, so okay.
And if it were Red Hat, we could use a Red Hat path too.
Okay.
So RHEL's out there as well. And I have a procedure for installing RHEL as well. And I have a procedure for installing Windows as well. Again, these are still pretty scratch. I'm the only one that's been using them, and they're my notes, right?
Uh-huh. Right.
So I can tweak them. You can tweak them. We don't have to stick with a SGI production document, and we can make changes unique to us or to Postal. Okay?
Yep.
Also for the new users that we're going to be putting on Marvin. Okay, so we're basically staying in the lower right corner now. We need to hit enter now. And it should find. There, we're happy. It found the installation system.
Yeah, yeah.
So it got an IP address. That's normal. It got an IP address, and it found a kernel, and it found an installation source that wasn't DVD. Go ahead, hit enter. And now we're going to go into YAST. Now, Red Hat, I have to have a VNC Viewer GUI.
Okay.
I could have also done this with VNC Viewer, but this is faster. Less overhead, waiting for clicks to catch up and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And without the VPN in the way configured, this is a lot better. So now we're going to tab down to I agree. No.
Oops.
I don't know what. That's okay. Tab down to agree.
I hit the down.
One more.
Instead.
Hit space bar.
Yep.
And tab to next. And again, I've got all this documented. Go ahead.
All right.
That's okay. Hit OK. These are normal. Probably get another one or two. You can see what it's doing out there. And we want new installation. We're going to blow away the one that's there.
Okay.
Now, there is an add-ons, and sometimes I will use add-ons for like updates.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not going to do that here. I'm just going to do simple.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll put in SGI add-on products too. But right now, I just want to go basic SLES and no updates. I'll do all that later through Zipper.
All right.
So we're going to do next. By the way, we could have gone down to repair as well.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And repair would allow me to boot from a root, repair things. You could also be in rescue mode. So yeah, go up to Central. And now, yep, we're fine. So now tap down to date, time, and change it. We want to change that to NTP. Hit enter. So tab it to synchronize with NTP. I've had this got lost at some point. And then tab to the server will be 10.1.10.15. So tab into the server address,
This guy
backspace.
here.
Sometimes Control H is also needed to backspace.
Oh, yeah, I think I got that case right now. No?
So try Control H.
Yeah, that's not working either.
So it looks like backspace is working. Ignore the A's.
I think I got to, yeah. Let's try it.
So try 10.1.10.15. You will see garbage at times, so you gotta kind of learn to that. So try synchronize now.
All right.
Yeah, put a select there for save. Spacebar, there you go. Synchronize
right.
now.
There we go. Didn't like that. Ah, shoot. Shoot me.
So you still have some garbage, it looks like.
I do. It's that backspace key in the end. The
Yeah.
Control H is not doing it for me.
Okay, well, we could do a cancel and come back in. It's a matter of just trying to clean that up, but see if it synchronizes now. Well, try deselecting save and do a cancel.
Oops. Now I'm just losing it. And
So select in the box, hit an escape.
F9, F9, F9.
You still on the phone?
I am on the phone. What did I just do?
So is that window still
I
selected?
did that.
Click in the window to see if it's selected and then try and escape. Or for that matter, just try hitting enter.
All right.
Just select
so
what it's got.
And then
Try
I gotta
hitting enter.
do that. No, I didn't do that.
Will enter work? Is that window selected? Click in the window.
I am trying to do that. I'm trying to do an F9.
We're too close to bail out now.
I know, but I screwed the pooch. Okay, so trying to get back
I think you got there. Now that window's selected. Try just hitting enter.
Okay, there we go.
And then see if you can backspace or Control H. I'm not sure. I normally am okay with.
Well, I see that. Yeah, I don't know what. See, I'm just getting that A thing going.
You can always fix it later, but let's just give it a try here.
Yeah.
What's the X's? We were going 10.1, 10.15.
Well, I was trying maybe a VI thing or something going on here, but my Control H doesn't work for backspace. My backspace key doesn't work.
How about left arrow and then a delete?
A left arrow delete.
Does delete do anything? So I think let's just try 10.1, 10.15 again. Let's just try it, see if it syncs. If not, we'll cancel and move on.
Yeah, no.
That looked like that synced.
Well, it did.
Now try and accept. Now try accept.
Okay, let's go to accept here. Oh.
Okay, and the time doesn't look too bad for what we've got. So it is a pain in the butt between deletes, backspaces, and wait until I get you into the EFI edit command. You will go nutso.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Oh, man.
Oh, we are ready to go on to next. Notice hardware clock is set to UTC, so the NTP server or client should actually set the BIOS to match what we're getting off the NTP server. There's an HW clock command to show me what the BIOS is set to. We did not go into that. We probably should have when I was in the BIOS. But anyway, let's tab to next. And we're going to do physical.
Okay.
And now we're on the basic installation screen. Now remember when I was in AutoYast and I said confirm is true?
Right.
It would stop at this screen level.
Ah, okay.
So go to the right tab, or I'm sorry, right arrow to expert. Just do a right arrow. There you are. Now you're an expert. That gives you more options. Now you can either tab into the box or really just tab down to change and hit enter. And you could have done it from within the box as well. So now we got two things to do. Let's go down to software first.
Okay.
Hit enter. And I think my order I usually do disks first. Now, shift back tab up to the search. Shift and then back tab. There you are. Hit an up arrow or a down arrow. There you go.
Down
Which
arrow.
one worked?
Down.
Down.
Yeah.
Now go up arrow to patterns and hit enter. So now these are the groupings. You okay?
Yep. So what? Okay.
So we could do individual RPMs, but really we're going to do groupings. So tab now into the box below you where it says base system.
Okay.
Down arrow one.
To the app armor?
Try a space bar. We want to deselect app armor.
I think that deselected. It's got the dashes in it.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm just picking it, but app armor is generally a problem.
Yeah.
Down arrow one, we really don't need 32 bits, so try a space bar to deselect that. You've actually tabbed into the individual RPMs now, so tab out of there back to the original left box. Yeah, there you go. But go ahead, tab down.
Okay, now tab down?
No, I'm sorry. Tab back.
All right.
And down arrow.
And down arrow.
Really want it. There's minimal. We want GNOME. Keep going. I'm building. We've got X11. If I wanted NFS, I would select it, but we don't want this for this system right now. What we do want is the last one. Keep going down.
Okay.
And there you are, C++. We're going to be building RPMs and stuff on this test system.
Okay.
So I have selected it as a development platform.
All right.
Okay. But on the GPU-DB boxes, they will probably be minimal and would not have compilers and stuff on their boxes.
Right, right.
But for our purposes, because I'm going to build the GPU-DB ISO, not today probably, but we're going to just do this installation and then leave it alone. So now we can tab to accept. Now when we add in add-on products like SGI, there will be SGI patterns there as well.
Oh, okay.
So there will be Foundation and MPI and Accelerate patterns available. Go ahead and hit enter, accept. and accept that license thingy. And now these are dependencies. So these are all the automatic changes that it's going to do. Go ahead and hit OK. And if it can't satisfy dependencies, then you're in trouble. You're either missing a repository or updates aren't in sync or something like that. Okay, tab, down arrow. Keep going. Find the software section. Keep going. Booting.
Here we go.
Add on, nothing's there. And then there's your software. So those are the changes. Go down one or two more. So now you can see the patterns. Okay? So now tab one more to change. We're real close here. Hit it, enter, and we want to go to partitioning.
Okay.
Now, we always want custom, so hit next. And now we've got a mess. Okay, we've got more than 2 drives visible, right? Tab up to the upper left, tab 1, tab, and then down arrow where it says hard disks. And now hit enter. No, up 1 and hit enter.
Okay. All right.
Try a plus sign there. And now we can see the individual drives. So down enter, down arrow and hit enter. We're going to like SDA, SDB.
Well, let's see. What is my,
Okay, now you want,
let's
there you
try
are.
that
So,
again.
yep, down arrow 1. You should be able to down arrow.
There
you are. Hit enter.
This guy, to the SDA.
And now we see just SDA. Now, tab to overview. Left arrow, left arrow.
Yeah.
And there is my serial number. See the stuff down there? What is it?
Yeah.
300JGN.
Yep. Okay.
So that confirms. That is always the serial number, basically, that's on the label of the disk. Okay?
Okay.
So that's the drive we're going to install on as an LVM. And then SDB will be later added in as a mirror to the LVM. So the intent here is to build the LVM root the way that USPS has it, with one mirror to the LVM. Understand?
Yep.
So I'm happy that that's the drive we're going to install on. Now, thought 2, both drives are scratch. But every other deep 1, deep 2, thought 1, check with me, because I kind of know what the drives are.
Okay.
And usually in boot EFI SUSE, I touch a file to say, this is a GPU-DB root, this is a Cloudera root, this is a Scratch root, this is an Oracle root. So I try to create a file in the EFI FAT that's visible from EFI so I can figure out what root I got. Okay?
Yep.
So now we want to basically start over on this thing. Right arrow to the partitions again. And notice now we have partitions there. We're going to blow those away and start over. So go down, tab to Expert.
Okay.
Hit enter. And we want to create a new partition table.
Okay.
So we have
Just
partitions being used.
Yeah.
Let's see. This will delete all the data. That's okay.
Yep.
We don't care.
All right.
We
so
check
there we
the
go.
serial number. We're happy.
Uh-huh.
Now the problem is, and this is not in my procedures. We need this as an LVM. So tab back to
Okay.
the lower, or to the upper left box where we had hard disks. And now down arrow, nope, back
Oh.
where we were on the hard disks.
Okay.
There. Now down arrow to volume management.
Here, volume management.
Yep.
Okay.
Hit enter.
All right.
So now we want to create a logical volume from SDA.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not interested in command line or anything like that right now, so just tab to add. Hit enter. And what we got, volume group and then volume. Okay? So we first have to come up with the volume group.
Right.
So what do we want to call this? Let's call it root A. I like underscore A myself. Root underscore A.
Me too. So
Remember how we had funny naming conventions last week?
Uh-huh.
So we can think this out for what we really want.
Yeah.
But I'm going to pick a volume group name of root A.
All right.
And then tab down to the disk A to SDA, select it, tab again, space bar, tab to the add, and hit enter.
Okay, so we got the SDA over there.
Yes. So we're done. Let's finish.
Okay.
We don't want to add SDB right now because we're just starting with a single disk LVM.
Okay.
Now we need to make the volume. So that created the physical device mapper. Now tab to add.
Oops.
And we need the
Now
logical
we got
volume
logical
this time.
volume. Okay.
And let's just call this A. I don't care. Let's just call it A because it's root A. Let's just call it A.
All right.
And then tab to next.
Maximum size.
Yeah. Now we've got a problem here because we need a fat and then a root and a swap. So we need to do a custom size here. Tab to custom size.
Okay.
Down arrow or tab. Space bar. Let's backspace or Control H, whatever. Get rid of the 279. So you're using backspace?
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's make it 200 meg. Weak MB. The largest that Red Hat can do is 256 meg. Did you have MB in there? There we are.
I just did. I was trying to do the cap, but it wouldn't.
Sure. I don't think it cares.
Yeah.
And again, we only got one object, so we're not stripy or anything here.
Right.
So tab to next. Now this is going to be a FAT, so tab to the file system, and then like up arrow or down arrow will give you a menu. There you are. Go down to FAT.
There we go.
Hit enter. Tab to mount point. And mark this as boot EFI. Now, I'm not even positive that LVM is going to, or YAST is going to allow this. /boot /EFI.
Oh.
Up 3 /EFI.
I knew that.
Let's find out if YAST is actually going to allow us to do this.
Okay. So go to finish.
So yeah, tab to finish.
All right.
Hit enter. See?
Yeah, I can't use it for LVM.
Yep. So we're going to have to fix that later. I figured that would happen.
Okay.
So hit OK. Just don't mount it.
Okay.
let's see, deselect the mount. Space bar.
Yeah, I am hitting space bar.
It's not deselecting it. The space
Oh,
bar
wait.
should.
Oh, I gotta go here.
Yep, my
there.
mistake. There you go.
Yeah.
See if it accepts that now.
All right.
So I'll get a partition table, I think. So I've got a partition table, and I can recreate the FS tab entry later.
Okay.
So I'm kludging and I'm cheating here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Installer may not like the fact that I don't have a boot TFI. So again, I've never done it this way, and I was expecting some problems. But let's go to add now.
Oops. Logical
and
volume?
We want another logical volume. And let's call this swap.
Okay.
And it's normal. Tab to next. And tab to custom size, and let's make this 10 gig. Space bar, 10 gig.
Okay.
That looks good. Tab to next. And tab to file system and make it swap. Now we have to be a little careful. If it finds any other swap partitions on like SDB, it may add them into the decision, and we don't want something on the other device. Because we're going to add that in later. But go ahead, tab to finish. It was happy with that. So now tab to add. Logical volume. Let's call this root. Tab to next. Hope the recorder's still going.
I think it is.
Yep. So maximum size is fine. Take everything that's left, tab to next. And then we're going to format as extended 3. SLES isn't officially supporting extended 4. So it's not bulletproof enough on SLES. Okay, and in the next release of SLES12, it's supposed to go to Butter, and RHEL was going to XFS as their default, but we're sticking with extended 3. So mount point is root. All that looks good. Let's tab to finish.
All right.
So our partition layout is done. The question is whether the bootloader is going to be able to handle any of this.
Right.
We may have to repair the bootloader from rescue or something, or single. Because, again, it did not allow us to have a boot DFI that was LVM or MD. Okay? So let's just see what happens. Let's tab to accept.
All right.
And I'm hoping that I can install. So what's it complaining about there?
I just really wants us to, we want to really do this.
So it's complaining that we don't have a, what's it complaining about?
Let's see, if you don't, let's see, warning, with your current sub, your Sushi Linux server SP3 install will encounter problems
no boot,
when booting
basically.
because you have no boot partition and your root partition is an LVM logical volume. This does not work.
So I'm going to experiment here because I've never done it this way, but I want to say yes.
Okay.
And we're going to have to go to rescue mode later after the install to repair the FAT. Okay? We're going to have to build the FAT by hand because it would not allow us to do it from within LVM. Okay, so do yes.
This one's complaining about the FAT. Okay.
So we're going to say, yeah, my FAT's going to be screwed up. I'm going to have to do it by hand. But the intent here was for us to get an LVM root.
Yep.
And I knew it'd complain about the FAT. So I think we're ready. Tab down into this box, the white box, one tab. down arrow to the partitioning scheme. Let's see what we got. So we're going to delete SDA. We didn't even SDB really. Is it going to do anything? It's adding SDB as a swap. We don't want that. Let's change that.
Oh, yeah. So how do we get back?
Let's tab to change. You know, in reality, go ahead, tab partitioning. We could even put the FAT on SDB if we wanted. I'm not going to do that right now.
Well, okay. Yeah.
So we need to tab to hard disks. I'm going to force you to use rescue. I'm going to do this all the hard way.
Oops.
Down arrow. There you go. Plus to expand.
Just the plus key, or
Plus sign. Go to B, SDB, and then hit enter. So now we can tab to that swap. Tab to the right. Tab one more. Down arrow to the swap, and then press edit. Or tab down to edit now. And don't mount it. Tab to do not mount. Okay? And then tab to finish.
All right. So he's out.
So I'm just doing that to clean things up. Now we could actually have mounted that first partition there and used it, but I'm going to be more difficult and force you to repair a FAT for practice. Okay?
Yep.
Won't do that right now. We're going to take a break here and stuff like that.
All right.
So let's tab to accept now. And we're ready to do an install. And yeah, I'm an idiot. I know I'm going to have to repair this. Just do what I want. Build me a root with everything, and I'll fix the bootify later. Right?
All right. Yeah.
So the bootloader will complain. We will have to repair the bootloader later.
Okay.
And again, I'm just doing this for practice right now.
Yeah.
So again, because of the partitioning, the bootloader cannot be installed properly. But let's see if it will install now.
Okay.
So tab to install. Now, my roots are still intact. If I was in Red Hat, with the Red Hat installer, once I do a partitioning, that partition takes effect immediately.
Oh.
And your root is gone. We could back out of all of this. We haven't touched anything yet.
Okay.
Red Hat, we would have stopped on everything by now. So let's tab to install.
All right.
And it looks like we're off and running.
Yeah, we just stomped them.
Now, let's take a 10-minute break here.
Sounds good to me. I got to run to the bathroom.
Yeah. I know I'm pushing you hard.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
When we get back from break, when this thing is done, we're going to come up and rescue, repair the FAT, and then boot this root.
All right.
And that's about all I planned for. Oh, then we'll do updates. We'll get this vanilla root running. So then we'll set up Zipper and do a Zipper update, get all the updates, and then reboot. But no SGI software, no GPUDB software.
All right. That sounds like a plan.
So I just wanted, by the end of the day, have a vanilla, updated, working root. Okay?
Yep.
So I got 5 minutes to, back in 10 minutes. If it's still installing, it should only take about 10 minutes on this SSD root with that small thing. So see you in about 5 minutes after, in about 10 minutes, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Keep the recorder going, too.
I will.
So turn off your phone if you're, or mute it if you're going to go talk to somebody.
Yeah.
See you in 10.
See you in 10.
Are you back yet, Art?
I am.
Go ahead and just hit OK.
All right, just a sec. There you go. All right.
Now, I probably would have been smarter to use that SDB path that was sitting there for this, so that it would be cleaner.
Okay.
And I'm going to have you redo this and practice it without my guidance. Okay?
Yeah.
So we're going to blow this away anyways, but go ahead and hit OK.
All right. Yeah.
And we know that there's an error. Retry it. No.
Yeah.
Again, all this is because a FAT can't be within an LVM.
Oh, that's
right.
The problem. Okay.
Yeah. LVM would not allow the FAT. The BooTFI was not allowed within the LVM configuration. And go ahead, hit OK. Hit OK.
Yeah.
We've got an installed root. And tab to no. Let's see. That's okay. Continue. But again, I chose, okay, go ahead and reboot.
Right.
I chose the more complicated path for us because of the LVM and to teach you how to go into rescue and repair a FAT. Okay?
Okay. So, and that's why putting the FAT over on SDB would work. Okay.
Correct, because that wasn't an LVM.
Right.
During reboot now, LVM wrote metadata at the beginning of the drive. So during boot, there's this block ID command that scans the beginning of the drive and looks for that metadata. And if a drive moves around, we're mounting by that metadata, not a physical path. Right?
Yep.
Follow me?
Yep.
So MD and LVM are two different generations. MD was first, and then LVM came in later from Sistina. MD was in Linux before LVM. The only reason we're doing LVM is because that's the way the roots are at USPS. So I'm going to let it figure out what went wrong here. But basically, I think we'll be able to boot off the other FAT on B and then repair the FAT on A manually, build it, and then reboot off of A. Then we'll set up the zipper, ITSY zip repos.d with the repository for the update. Then we'll do a zipper update, and then we're done.
Sounds good.
And then I'd like you to try to repeat it for practice.
Yep.
Now, I sent you a whole long list. The next step, we have a compiler development platform being installed. So the next step then would be to gather all those RPMs from different locations. But I want to do the GPU-DB stuff on another day.
Okay.
Let's see how tomorrow goes, but maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. So notice we only have one FAT visible there.
I see that.
And FS0.
Yeah.
We can't even tell exactly which drive that is, the PCI roots and stuff like that. But basically, EFI come up and said, where are all the FATs? And I only found one. So this is probably the SDB FAT, not the SDA FAT, because we stepped on the SDA FAT.
We did.
And we left the disk space for it. There's a partition there, but we didn't do anything with that partition.
Mm-hmm.
So BIAST would not allow us to put in boot EFI partition on FAT on that file system. That's why we're going to do it by hand. So you follow me okay?
Yep, I got it.
So we could come up rescue and boot off the FCL server, but I've got a FAT sitting there, so I'm going to use that one. Okay? So FS0:, we're in DOS now. FS0:, Upper, lower cases don't matter. Hit enter. Just like A colon, B colon, C colon, right? We mounted it. So you've got both Linux and DOS, LS and dir.
Oh, I have Linux here?
Yes, LS is there as well.
How come?
Well, just a similarity. So there is chmod,
nice.
but not everything you want. This isn't full Linux. No, this is 2 or 3 commands.
Right.
I'll get you into the documentation on the commands here. Type in help.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, this EFI is subtly different than the ground EFI. Okay?
Okay.
So EFI in general is a DOS-based, and that's why FAT-based.
Right.
And Intel is the one that went with this EFI FAT concept. Okay? So we basically, now with the FS0 have a file system mounted. Do your LS again.
We got
now,
EFI.
some people, a backspace will not work. Control H generally will, but most of us just hit return and type it again. So CD into EFI. Upper, lower doesn't matter. LS. And notice we got a SUSE directory. Now, if I was on an install DVD, then it's going to have a directory named boot. If it's Red Hat, we'll see Red Hat there.
Okay.
So I can kind of tell by the name of that directory whether I'm booted off of a DVD or I'm on a FAT file system from the root disk. Okay? So CD into SUSE. LS.
There we go.
Okay, so notice I created a little file there. gpudb-root.
Yep.
So that was the root that we actually just stepped on was a Red Hat root. And this was the root that was booted earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we can boot off of that FAT as long as that root is still intact. Okay? Notice the gpudb-root is empty. I'm just doing a touch to mark that FAT to say some sort of description as to what this FAT is.
Right. I remember you doing that for ground.
Yeah. So I want to do this right now. Make dir BAK. Now, CP space ELILO asterisk. ELILO asterisk space BAK. You know what I'm doing.
Yep.
It may want it one at a time. Oh, direct.
No, actually, it just wants me to like complete the.
Oh, because we. Oh, yeah.
No, I thought that would work.
Do them one at a time. Do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Dot, Control H, yeah. So you typoed or something. Try it again. CP. You have to think about everything here. Control H for a backspace. There you go. Now let's copy elilo.conf. That's the key one. So it looks like there was one there already.
No, it's trying to do the .EFI.
Yeah. Go ahead. Don't matter. Yes. Cancel if there's one there. Let's copy the VM asterisk. Oh, Control H. We'll find out. Sometimes I just hit enter if I know I screwed up.
Okay.
I don't know what you got now, so just hit enter.
Yeah.
CP. Sometimes it's just easier.
What are we copying?
VM asterisk. BAK.
Well, that worked. Now, what was the deal? Okay, so it must have been the Control H issue.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I got all of the
And then there's init
all
RD.
the ELILOs.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
It's just, yeah.
It's better to have the backup in a subdirectory.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
Because if you can't get that EFI.conf figured out, it's going to look in its current directory, and having a elilo.bak doesn't help you, because you can't boot from that. But this is personal preference. Go ahead, I don't care, overwrite it.
Yep.
LS on BAK.
Let's see, that does look better.
Good enough. So now CD into that BAK. Oop, you lost one of your putties, but.
I lost one of them, but.
So CD into BAK.
This guy. Okay. CD.
Into BAK.
All right.
Now, your nightmare.
What?
Nightmare on Elm Street. First of all, do a type on elilo.conf.
There goes the other one.
That's okay, I don't care. So type is like cat.
Okay.
But when you're editing this sucker at this level, you don't want to if you can avoid it. Edit the stuff and have backups from the OS with VI.
Is type an
Because what
editor?
I'm going to show you now is miserable.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So, we have a backup, but I want to back up the EFI.conf where we are, because I don't want to edit that one. So, CP elilo.conf to elilo.bak.
What? Copy
Elilo.
Yeah, but we're in conf to. Oh, I'm sorry.
In the BAK directory, yeah. So we're just backing
what
it
you're
up.
saying. You want to do a backup on it.
Got BAK.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I want to edit that file. Okay.
Just being a little slow. That's all.
No, stop. I brain dump. People describe me as drinking from a fire hose. You get it.
All right. So what's the editor?
So it's called edit space elilo.bak.
I fumbled with this and struggled just to escape out of it.
Yeah, and you will have a nightmare here. So this is kind of a WYSIWYG editor. Some people will think they're in VI. They'll use an escape key, and suddenly you've got an invisible character in there.
There I am. Yep.
All kinds of things. Getting used to this editor. I'm used to it.
Are you?
So I never use backspace. I always use delete. I get rid of tab keys. This editor is a nightmare. So let's go down and just see if we can change something.
Go down using the
change
down
the
arrow?
Label.
Huh?
Fix the label. Let's change the label. Go down to default equals. Oh, notice you got a problem now, don't you? Your refresh.
Yeah, so you hit the down key, right?
I know.
Arrow?
That's why this is miserable now.
So
your window is not sized properly for what the editor thinks you have.
All right, so I got to...
Notice that you've got that row twice. You see that?
Yeah, row 1, column 1, row 3, column 1.
And part of this is that append line is larger and longer, and sometimes that screws up refresh.
Uh-huh.
So, let's see if we can get out of this thing safely first. Does an F3 get you out?
Yeah.
Good. If F3 doesn't work, that function key, I was in on ground, and I had to go in with the X term rather than this GNOME terminal or PuTTY to be able to get my function key to work.
Okay.
So here I am stuck in this edit command, and it's miserable. So going back to your editor, you want to enlarge the window by about one line.
Just one line?
Just one line. Okay, try that. Let's
All
do
right.
the edit silo.bak again. This time, notice the bottom, you've got 3 instead of 2. Remember before, we didn't see that third F line, function line.
Oh, function lines. Okay. All right.
So I don't know if you're making notes, but it is commonly 1 line short.
Huh.
And the refresh is all screwed up.
Is that
If
putty?
you don't get it right.
Is that
And
putty
one
on this
time
side?
we had to do this because the fat got corrupted, so I had to go into single and add a single into the append.
Uh-huh.
And you just got to be so comfortable practiced in using this editor, because I've been using this fat sucker for 15 years. Okay?
So how do I scroll down?
Down arrow. It is WYSIWYG. So go ahead, down arrow to default.
All right. Well, maybe I'm not in the window.
Down arrow working?
Well, it's listing as row 8, column 1, but I'm not seeing the cursor move down.
Yeah, so right arrow.
Column 2?
So we don't know even where we are.
No, I can't. The cursor isn't moving.
Try a space. Well, now you know where you are.
Yeah.
Now you know my nightmare.
And what was it? Was delete for backup?
I don't use backup. I always
Yeah.
put my cursor where I want and use the delete key. Backspace doesn't get rid of the prior, and you get into a mess because of line returns and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So I don't want you
So
to get
I
messed into this any further.
I could do this.
But this is where I would probably bring up X term and then use edit from X term. Because then the refresh and stuff will often work better. You follow me?
Yes.
So I might log into FCL server, then SSH-X to the SMN, and then bring up X term on the SMN.
Bring it on the XMN?
Yeah.
But I didn't pipe through when I SSH'd in here. Will it still work?
So exit out of the SMN there.
Yeah. So I didn't do a -X here.
X. So we're bouncing the X11 forwarding. Once the VPN is up, it'll be different, or working, I should say. So go ahead, hit enter.
What did we say the password was? No.
The secret one.
It was the secret one.
Okay.
Yep.
Now try X term.
Okay. Now let's see if we can push it through.
But now you know why I made a backup and am editing the backup and why everything is in a subdirectory.
Okay.
Now, I'm not guaranteeing that even this one is going to be right, but now in your right window now, the edit window, let's do an F3 and get out of that thing if you can. So the right window.
And do an F3 here? All right.
Yeah. File modified, let's just say no.
Yeah. There we go.
But if that function key doesn't work, I've rebooted and left, had to reboot back into EFI to get an edit that wasn't hung. So now UVCon on P4. I like a -- no cache. UVCon -- no cache. Sometimes DOS characters get in there and that mangles your screen. So by coming in with a no cache, you don't get any hidden characters that might mangle it. P4. On P4 there.
Okay.
Hit
That's
enter.
all we need?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, good.
So I don't know what we got there. Is in that X-term window, is that active? And can you get anything out of that sucker?
So are you having trouble seeing it?
No, I see it, but
Okay.
we're not getting a prompt or anything. I'm expecting either the editor or the S0 prompt.
So no, I'm not seeing a prompt.
Oh, you're spying. You need to steal.
Oh, okay.
That's why you're not seeing anything. Control right bracket S.
So we're back to this again.
So is the X-term live active?
I thought it was.
Click into it. So in the we could bring up another there.
Wait.
I
probably wasn't clicked into it.
Hit enter. Hit enter.
Yeah. There we go.
So now we have the FS prompt, okay?
There we go.
Now if that other window that we got out of.
You want to edit that?
Edit, but if we hadn't left edit, this window would have connected to that session.
Oh.
So whatever's live on that window, if it's in the middle of YAST, if it's in the middle of an installation and we disconnect, when we reconnect, it's going to be whatever's sitting there.
Oh, okay.
Now, here's a tip. When it is YAST, Control L will refresh your screen. Control H space Control L will refresh those blue YAST screens.
Yes.
With the Control L. So in any event, let's try and edit elilo.bak this time. I did notice you pulled it larger. That looks good. We'll find out.
We'll find out, but
try and edit elilo.bak. And your right window is still sharing the same thing. And notice it's all mangled. When you resized it too much.
Yeah. Okay, so let's exit out of here.
See if an F3 will get you out.
There we go.
Get out of there again. Exit. Okay, now in your lower left window, let's run the X-term again. This time, just be real careful and only pull it down one.
Straight down. There.
There. Okay. And again, I don't know till we're actually into the editor. So.
Right.
And my X-term comes up a little bit different, but let's just see where it looks. So when you pop into edit, you'll see those three lines and everything looks pretty clean. That looks good. Hit enter. So now we're FS0:. CD into EFI /SUSI. No, we're not there yet. We could edit by full path, but I kind of like to CD into it. So CD into EFI /SUSI. Well, I just wanted you to practice, but.
I know. Okay.
So again, it doesn't care about case and its backslashes. You could have done an edit on /EFI /SUSI, blah, blah, blah. Let's CD into BAK. And let's see what edit does on that sucker now. Edit elilo.bak or whatever. But if I have garbage, if it doesn't look clean, I get out. That looks clean.
Oh, okay.
I got 3 lines. So now let's see if you can actually do anything in it. Down arrow. You can see the cursor moving. We're changing default. Yeah. Go up to label. Go up to label.
All right. So we're going to change this label.
Go to the right. Put yourself on the underscore. Keep going. There.
That one?
Delete. Delete. Use the delete key.
All right.
And get rid of everything up to the 1, but don't delete the new line. Keep going. One more.
Oh, you want that guy gone too? Okay, so and then leave the new line on that.
One more.
You
Okay.
You want the one gone?
Yeah, so it's SLES11.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now up arrow to the default and change that one. Again, I do not like to use backspace here. It gets you into trouble. I always put where I want it and do a delete from there. That's really a good tip.
There. Okay.
So now try the save F2. Is that 11 or what happened there? Okay.
Save, file to save, and then I just.
I'll go ahead.
We're good. Yep.
Now let's try the F3. And we exited. Modified, yes. Okay. Let's edit that sucker again.
Okay. So here we are.
Down arrow to the, up to the timeout. Let's change the timeout. Go to the 8.
Yeah,
go to
what do
the
you
8.
want?
Put yourself on 0. 0.
Just 0.
One more.
Okay.
Where is
it?
it?
Put myself on the 0. I deleted the 8 and left the 0.
Okay, put in 8.
You want the 8? Okay.
Do a backspace.
A backspace? No, see, goes the other way. I don't know what that did.
That's why I use the delete key.
Uh-huh.
I never backspace. So, WYSIWYG kinda. You got me?
Yep. So what do we want the timeout at?
I don't care. I was just forcing you to use this editor.
Oh. Okay.
I'm not going to use this file.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe we'd copy it over or something, but yeah. Okay.
No, you can practice again.
All right. So this is like let's quit out of here and.
Nightmare on Elm Street. If it's not refreshing correctly.
Yeah.
Move your cursor. If it's not behaving the way you expect, get out immediately without saving. Also use the type command when you're done to see if you had it like an escape sequence because you're used to VI.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly you have backspaces or deletes or space keys that are hidden characters in there.
You're talking from experience in that one, I think, huh?
A lot of students. A lot of
okay.
You know, 10 students class and every possible problem hit. That's how I spent my last 32 years is what we're doing now. So I was just trying to force you to understand that editor, and if it don't look clean, get out.
Yeah. Yeah,
I will go to rescue mode to edit the sucker.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So now let's get out of there.
All right.
And then go back up a directory. So we're not getting out yet for whatever reason.
Just being slow.
There you go. cd.doc.
I'm sorry. What CD where?
Up a directory.
Okay.
Yep. Class. We got timestamps there, things like that. So again, it was booted on this earlier today, so I'm trusting this. I was just forcing you to create a backup and muck with that editor.
Okay. Cool.
Because that thing is a nightmare.
It is.
You've just experienced that.
Yeah.
So now let's just type Elilo. And hit enter.
Yeah. Doing the boot thing.
Hit enter.
Oh, right now?
Yeah. Just to save time.
Okay.
Now, we booted with Power-S, so this should still be a single blade system. When we are done with everything, then we're going to do a power reset without the -S to get it back to blades. So it's going to stay as a single blade until we say power reset.
Okay.
So we're coming up on the older route rather than coming up rescue. I'll get rescue later. We'll do that some other day. And most of this applies to ground, it's just subtly different. And with ground, we really don't want an ASCII interface. With ground, we got to use the web browser to get to that BMC. Don't worry about that SGI IRQ balance must be installed. That was something that I did just before we took a break. We're going to reinstall that sucker anyways.
Okay.
I needed to get a topology report, so I installed the minimal software just to get a topology command, and that's why it's complaining.
Oh, Tom was showing me that topology command. It's kind of nice.
So type in root. Ignore all of this warning stuff on the console.
Okay.
In fact, it might be easier. Go open up a different window. That way we don't have the noise of that warning popping out, because it'll be periodic. So open up another PuTTY and get into Thought 2. We're going to mount the other root and its FAT and then recreate both the FAT and the elilo.conf. And then we're done for the day. Bear with me.
All right. Oh, bear with me.
It's hard to find an easiest break in here. So you're logging into FCL server, now into SMN. Actually, no, we're logging straight into Thought 2.
Oh, okay. Good.
SSH root to Thought 2. No, SSH.
Well, I was going to do
Yeah, that's fine.
the magic password and then just SSH.
I don't think he's got word list, but go ahead. Thought 2.
Oh, Thought 2?
Yeah.
There we go.
He did. Good, I guess.
Yeah.
Security breach is something. The FCL server is being hacked. If somebody gets in there, they'll go from there.
Yeah, but sometimes in a lab you can, yeah.
So, do a DF.
Anything
That's
particular
good.
you want? Just a
Yeah.
DF? All right.
So we've got SDA and SDB. They're actually mounted as SDF, doing LS SCSI, LSSCSI, SCSI, yep. So we picked up 4 SSDs that were in there from the Hadoop project. Those are actually 4 roots actually 8 roots are in there for the Hadoop.
Mm-hmm.
We're not touching them. If I rebooted Thought 1 as a 8-blade system, they would get mounted by a KVM and stuff. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now notice SDA and SDB are not A and B here.
I know.
Right?
I saw that.
It is quite common for PCI devices to be spotted before the motherboard devices.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of times the order that the kernel modules are loaded can flip things around as well. So in rescue mode, they might be in a different order because the kernel module, like the SATA drivers versus USB drivers, might be different order. And therefore, sometimes DVD might show up as SDA. Okay? So it's not uncommon for non-motherboard devices to get discovered before the motherboard devices, both disk and networks and stuff. So it picked up 2 of the SSDs. So what do we got for our root then? What's our root?
Our root?
What's the root that we're on? Is that SDD or SDF? I can't read the font. It's too small for me.
Oh,
are we on SDD or SDF? I think we're on SD.
Oops.
What's our root? Up 2 lines.
Up 2 lines. FDE. So if you're talking about here.
Do a DF on /. What is our current root? Looks like an F to me. which surprises me, but
Oh, it is an F. Yeah. F2.
okay. Now remember, we installed on E, which was A, but we booted on F. We're going to blow this one way later. And we could have used the FAT on this to be able to boot the other one, but I wanted to force you to struggle.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
All right. All right. So we booted from the OS that's sitting on B there. That's what you're saying.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
And there's an OS on A, but it's actually showing up as SDE. Let's do a parted /dev/SDE print.
/dev/SD what?
SDE
SDE?
space print.
Oh, and then print. Oh, look at the partition table. Miss or unrecognized disk label.
Let's do a part. Again, this is an LVM and stuff. I don't know what we've got going on right now, but let's do a parted on SD. That is E, right? I don't want the print. Let's just drop into parted on /dev/SDE.
Okay, we're in.
P.
I'm sorry, what?
Type in P. Enter.
P? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't even know what the drive is.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So let's quit out of there.
Okay.
Do we have any LVMs? TV display. So we do have an LVM there.
Yeah.
How about LV display?
Volume is root/A, so that's our FAT, wasn't it?
Right.
But the PV size is too big.
So do an LV display.
Okay.
And there's one. What's the other logical volume?
Let me just a sec.
I'm seeing the swap, but what's above it?
Yeah.
Dev root A root. Okay?
Yeah.
We need to make note of that.
All right.
Is there another one above that?
There is.
I'm just wondering about the other.
A/A.
I'm just wondering about the other partition there. Root A/A.
Yes. And then we got root A/root.
Swap.
And we got root A/swap.
Okay. So let's do this now. Let's try mounting these suckers. Let's create a mount point. I don't care if you use MNT or not. Let's mount /dev.
Just /dev?
Well, I don't care. Let's do make dir / I don't care what you do. Mount. Yeah, make dir /MNT, however you want to mount it.
Okay.
Let's just call it root.
Mount root, okay.
So now let's mount /dev/root_A/root. Okay. Now we're also going to mount /dev/root_A/root. I don't really know if we even have a file system on this. I think we do. A
to
/MNT/root/boot/EFI. That's our FAT that we're going to mount in this root.
/root/boot/EFI.
EFI. Okay, hit enter. Cross our fingers. Oh, we got a mount.
We did. Look at that.
Okay, now let's mount -O bind. -O for option. Space bind. BIND.
Yeah. There we go.
slash proc. Is that, yeah, okay. And then root. So we're mounting that thing into the root that we're building, and we're going to chroot into it here. Hit enter.
Okay.
How you doing?
I can't find /proc/root. What that's the FS tab or
Sorry,
that's
I'm
the
sorry.
M tab.
Oh, /root.
Oh, me bad.
We're mounting. No, back up. So we're mounting /proc into
/proc into
space /mnt/root.
I'm sorry.
No, that's my mistake too. mnt/root
Yeah.
/proc. See what we're doing?
Proc.
We're binding that sucker into the root we're building.
Okay.
And we're going to do the same thing with dev.
So we're doing a mount-o bind /proc into /mnt/root/proc.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we chroot into mnt root, that'll be there. Do the same thing on dev. Mount-o bind.
/dev.
Yes.
To
into
/root/dev.
and dev.
Okay.
I don't know about swap. I'm not going to worry about swap right now. But
Yeah.
we are ready now to chroot /mnt/root space /mnt/root.
Okay.
And we are now in the root that we built a few minutes ago, during the break.
Yeah.
So, backing step here, we came up on this emergency root. We could have been rescue. We then found our device that is our production root. In this case, it was LVM labels that we worked with. We used LV display, PV display. We could have used VG display for volume group display as well, but we didn't need that.
Mm-hmm.
Once we found those slices, we then mounted our boot EFI, which we couldn't mount from YAS because it was an LVM, and so you can't do that. We're cheating it.
Right.
Then we mounted our root. Then we binded /proc, and then binded /dev into that root, and then chrooted into it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we now need to try to reconstruct that. So CD into boot EFI. Let's see what we got there. LS. So there's no SUSE directory there or anything.
Yeah.
Okay? So let's exit out of there. Do an exit.
Okay.
And I'm going to cheat here because we've got a FAT on this one that's basically the same. So let's copy the FAT that we've got. So do an ls on /boot/EFI. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So we want to do a CP-R. We're going to clone that sucker of boot EFI space /mnt/root/boot/EFI.
Cool.
Now let's do an ls on mount root EFI. I'll make sure that we've got it properly. So when it gets mounted, when we chroot into it, it'll be boot EFI SUSE. So let's try the chroot again. Chroot /mnt/root. Let's CD into boot EFI. Then tab. There should be a. What do we got there?
3,000 possibilities.
Well, get out of there. Do an ls.
All right.
CD into that one.
So
LS.
am I really supposed to be /boot/EFI/EFI?
Yeah.
Doggone it.
And then CD into SUSE.
I just changed my screen size. It won't matter without, if we're not going into that, I think. Okay. Touch screen, you know.
It's case sensitive since we're in Linux now.
What? Okay, so this isn't right.
We got too many now.
Yeah. Let's move
We need
SUSE
to
up.
move this directory up one. That's why I was checking.
Just up one?
Your case sensitive? What happened?
Oh yeah. Well.
Did it get moved? Okay. Not sure why. I thought it was case sensitive in uppercase.
Well, you know, I moved it to the lower case, so I should probably move it to.
Yeah, it should be spelled
to the upper.
Case, then lower. Yeah. We can probably work around that, but it's expecting it. Oh, it doesn't like something now.
Yeah, it's me. I'm moving a directory.
Well, anyway, so what do we got in the SUSE directory?
Just got to work around the things.
So let's do this. Let's cheroot into it.
We got our elilos.
Yeah, we are cherooted into it already. So
yep.
That looks good.
Okay.
Everything there is okay, except now we have to edit elilo.conf. di elilo.conf.
All right.
And we're going to have to change the root. I can't read with the colors, but we need to get /dev/root_a/root and that sort of thing. So root is actually by dev disk by ID. Let's save off. Let's create a new Cansa. Let's go to the top of this section.
Okay.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6. There's about 7 lines total. Let's copy this 8 lines. 8YY.
This
7YY.
image from image here.
7YY. Up a line and P. Up a line, type in P. Okay, now let's go down.
Wait a minute, let's a sec here.
And let's add in an extra line there. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to change that label.
Okay.
Let's call this test. And you're in VI, so you don't have to worry about all that yucky stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I did a capital.
And then let's change default. Let's change the default at the top.
Okay. To test.
To test. To match the label you just created.
All right. So default is test.
Now, the older stanzas, I would still be able to boot off the other root. So I could come up on this fat. I think we're going to find out and see what EFI sees. But we may have a problem here. And again, this is where I don't know how USPS is doing this actually for the FAT. So I wanted to keep the other stanzas there, but now we need to change the root equals.
Yeah, but how do we know?
And we're going to change it to /dev/root_a. Get rid of disk and everything to the end of the line.
Okay.
Now remember, that one was for root B /root.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
So we're hoping that EFI can find that sucker. I don't even know. So let's quit out of here.
I'm wondering.
And that's why LVM and YAS said, no, you can't do that. Okay? Now, we
Yeah.
also have to add an FS tab. So let's do a VI on its the FS tab. And that looks right. Root underscore A root. What is that top one? Oh, that's swap. That's why.
That's swap, yeah.
Swap and root. No fat. I'm not worried about that. Okay, we can add a fat in once we're booted.
Okay.
But let's add in a line. Go up to the go up to the second line,
Okay.
open, slash dev, slash root underscore A, slash A, space, slash boot slash EFI, space,
Okay.
BFAT, I believe it is.
EFAT. Oh, yeah.
Victor. Victor. Is that a B?
BFAT. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Space,
Okay.
defaults, space 0, space 0. Now,
Okay.
I want to comment that line out right now, though. I just wanted to
Okay.
put it in there for now.
Okay.
So we're going to see what happens here. Now, technically, we can use the fat that we're on to boot the other root. So quit out of there. And I'm going to do something else here now. Let's exit out of this chroot environment.
Okay.
And we want to edit the elilo.conf that we have here, our production one that's on the SDB root. So go into boot EFI SUSE again.
Slash boot or?
CD to slash boot.
Yeah, it was slash boot. Okay. Slash boot EFI slash.
EFI.
Okay.
No, it's twice. EFI.
Oh yeah.
You'll learn.
How come that is?
I don't know. Historical.
Somebody fat fingered it once and then left it.
Now keep in mind, we repaired the supposed fat that is on the LVM for root A, but I also want to be able to bring up root A off the fat that's on root B.
Okay.
You following me?
Yeah.
So this fat was visible to EFI, and I can bring up either slash roots. So I could boot off of B, but mount A. I could boot off of A and mount B. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So I want to edit this elilo.conf. And add in a section. So go down to image and do the 7YY up and then P. And let's call this one root A. Yeah, just call it root A. No, get rid of everything. Just make it simple. Root A. I don't care what. Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
Do
And then go up to the
remind us.
default. Change the default to root underscore A. Yeah, that one's fine too. Slash dev slash root underscore A slash root.
Okay.
And then go up to the default at the top.
All right. You want this guy root A?
And change that to root underscore A.
Okay.
So I'm kind of expecting this is the only fat that we're going to see from EFI. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be able to boot Okay, so quit out of there. Do an LS. Yeah, no, I'm just double checking. It's a .31 kernel. Okay?
Yeah.
We're going to be upgrading to a .35 kernel.
Okay.
And that's what USPS is upgrading to right now. You okay?
I am. I'm stretching a little bit.
So we've mucked with the root A that we just built,
Right.
and we added a stanza on root B's FAT to be able to boot off of the A root if we don't see the FAT on A, which I don't expect we will.
Okay.
So let's, where are we? We're ready to just reboot. So control right bracket. Actually, let's take another, control right, or exit. Let's get to the SMN. SSH to the SMN.
Yes. I might add a window there, but okay.
Power reset. Let's do a power reset P4.
Oh, so we're going to do all of them?
No, that's partition 4.
No, I mean all of the blades in 4.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
By the way, power-O reset would do what you were suggesting of resetting all of them. If that's what...
you shouldn't have told me that.
No, but anyway, -O will override. Sometimes
Okay.
you may want all 4 partitions reset. Again,
Sure.
a reset will corrupt the file system, but I don't care about this file system.
Okay.
Okay? So
All
go
right.
ahead. And then over on the right, there we go.
Nice.
So we're going to drop into EFI and then see if we can boot off of this test stanza that we created. At some point, we might bring Tom Ruart back in on how USPS is configuring these FATs to boot from, because I haven't looked at that. We got some LVM output from them, but I'm not sure. Maybe they're PXE booting instead of booting from the FAT. We'll have to check on that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But basically, you've installed an LVM root. Now we want to see if we can get booted on that LVM root. Now, once we're booted on this new root, I'm going to drop into YAST, add in the update repository, and do a zipper update, and then we're done for today. Over in the upper left there, where you got the power reset back, you could do a watch BIOS-S. That way you kind of know when it's going to get there. You'll see EFI shell pop up.
Then what
I
do we
can set this to auto boot as well. We should discuss how USPS is doing auto boot. But if I redo the BIOS or reset the BIOS, then it will automatically boot to EFI shell. And in fact, we need to fix that on ground still. Because remember, I was dropping into FS5 to be able to successfully boot ground.
Right.
And I was having trouble getting the key sequences to be able to get into BIOS and stuff like that because I wasn't using the web JavaScript interface.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in Discovery now, NumaLink Discovery. 3 of the 4 blades, and the 4th one as well. So we got 4 blades. Oh, another reset just came in. There have been problems where those resets rippled to other partitions going through meta routers, octal routers. Mike Moline has complained about that, opened up the case before. We still need to discuss whether we're truly going to partition or not. We don't have the resiliency. We have 95% safety, but 5% is not tolerable in this mission critical situation.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Again, it's a long video to review. I don't know if you got fast forward capability or anything.
We'll find out.
And again,
I
I've documented
can throw it on my Mac and edit it.
Yeah.
I don't know about
But at
this
least
Windows
you
5.
have the ability to see what we did.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching Uncore Init again, which is basically anything that's not on the core, like the L3 last level cache. Normal link discovery. Getting ready for a handoff. The right window should be coming up with your memory screen real soon here.
Good.
I just saw variables, EFI or something, PCI host bridge. PRU screen, we're ready. The right window is going to pop up live here any second. Go to the right window.
Okay.
There you are.
Uh-huh. Did I hit
So you need, in that X term, I think, click in the X term. We need to drop the EFI.
Okay, so.
There you
now?
go. Hit a space bar.
Oops.
Good.
Go.
We caught it in time.
Yeah.
Explain the startup.nsh later. And that may be the way U.S. Postal is doing auto boot, but basically you can have your own script that could load eLILO. And that startup script would not get lost when you flashed BIOS. But again, Mike Moline knows more about how they want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I only see one FAT.
I was going to mention that.
So I don't know exactly how they're doing it at Postal, but this was an experiment to see what we can do.
Uh-huh.
So let's do FS0 :
Okay.
LS CD into EFI /SUSE
Just a minute.
/SUSE. Well, I don't know what you did now.
No,
/
I think I'm good.
/SUSE. There you go.
Oh, no, it didn't do it.
Sometimes we just do it again.
I know. Right? There we go. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just forcing you to do different things. Okay, now we wanted to make sure that we're going to come up with the other sample that we created here. Do a type on elilo.conf. And again, we had BAK already before we made any changes. .conf. And we're mostly interested in the default is root_A and label is root_A. So let's do an elilo. When you get the prompt, hit tab. Go ahead and hit tab. That stopped it and also showed us that it understood all three stanzas. So I've had cases, even on ground 2 weeks ago, where it was screwed up and there was a missing character or a new line that shouldn't have been there, and it didn't read all three sections. Okay?
Yep.
And the first one is our default. So let's cross our
it.
fingers and hit enter. So it found a kernel, but it could still panic a little bit later saying, well, I can't find this root. And if this kernel is looking for MD roots, then it's got to have kernel modules in initRD to be able to read that stuff.
Oh.
Same thing with LVM, I would guess. I don't know if we have LVM in the initRD for this thing. So we're going to find out if it can find a root. Sometimes it may not find the root, and they'll sit there and say, well, I found this device. Looks like a root. Shall I try it?
Yeah. I don't imagine that helps much.
Oh, sometimes it does find it.
No.
I'm just saying sometimes it will come up and say, I couldn't find root and panic. And sometimes it will come up and say, I can't find root, but this one looks like a good root. Shall I use it? Yes or no? On your system, 12 blades, we should probably time out how long it takes 12 blades to get past this phase. When I'm booting a system, if it's a 20-minute boot, I kind of like to have a milestone and say, well, 3 minutes I get the console saying, you know, hit space bar. 5 minutes I'm watching and come out of this page frame table, building the page tables. 7 minutes it comes out of the next stage, 12 minutes for total boot. And just to have some sort of cheat sheet to tell you, this is how far I'm in. So now I know, okay, it takes about 2 minutes for this one to occur. Mm-hmm. That way I have a reference or a baseline. And if I know how long it takes to do a potty break, I might be able to get back in time. I can't tell you the number of times some of us will get distracted and forget to stop the boot. When I hit that tab sample or hitting the space bar, we go to email, get distracted, and go, oh, darn, I forgot to catch that, and it's auto-booting on something I didn't want,
Right.
So you got to be real vigilant when it's auto-booting. Finding devices. You'll have to find root. We're almost done here. I think we can finish up here if there's not a problem here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Now, when this thing comes up, it's going to come up in what's called first boot. So the first time we boot on a new root, YAS is going to come up and ask for network information, things like that.
Oh, okay.
So if we get YAS coming up, we're in real good shape. I'm just trying to get a completion on this video recording saying, we got a root built. It booted on it. If we sync real quick, we'll just call it a day here. Oh, there we go. Could not find root. Not good.
Yeah.
So let's try that sucker.
You want me
just
to
do Y.
go ahead and say yes?
Yes. Y.
Just a minute.
And I expect that's the wrong route.
Yeah.
So we're done with this demo.
Okay.
I don't want to go any further.
Well, I was wondering if our device, it had device by ID, but the other way it can go is device by label. But I didn't realize you could go to /dev/root_A like you did.
That's what I was wondering too, in terms of it finding LVM and stuff.
Yeah, so I think we should probably look at either finding a device by -ID or device -label, and that might fix this problem.
It might. Again, I'm also not seeing that fact that we tried to create.
That's
and I'm just
true.
trying to replicate what USPS has.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
so
like you said. That's what we need to
route.
understand too. Yeah. Okay.
But just for fun of it, log in now. Let's log into this sucker. It's the secret.
What's the login then?
Root.
Yeah.
And then the secret one.
Oh, I thought it was root.
No.
Here.
That's only on the CMC itself.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot.
Otherwise, I would never use root. I would never use root. That's first on the list for any hacker. And the second one is guest.
Okay, we're in.
Okay. Type YAST.
Okay.
Now, tab to the right box. Tab down, or arrow down to software repositories.
Okay.
Hit enter. Now, I'm assuming we came up on the other route. So what I want you to do is tab down to Add.
Okay.
Enter. Tab down to or arrow down to NFS. Either one will work. Select it. Tab to Next. Ten 1 10 15.
Okay.
And then tab to Next. That's okay. Ignore.
Okay.
Skip it.
Okay.
Skip it. We've got
Good.
some junk in the repositories.
Great
Try
repository.
again. No.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Let's quit out of there for a second. F10. Looks like.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Or F8. Is that an F9, F8? I can't read it. Quit. Tab to quit. Can we ping 10 1 10 15? In that window.
Come on, I'm trying.
Yeah. Can we ping 10 1 10
there
15?
We go. Yeah?
Yeah, we can ping it.
Yeah.
So let's cd into itsy zip repos.d.
How do you spell zip?
Hi, ZYPP. ZY.
PP.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
And then repos.d.
Yeah, the repos. Okay.
Let's just move those all out of there into temp. We're going to blow them away eventually anyways, but let's just move them out of the way.
Do you want temp as just a subdirectory? Oh, just slash temp?
Splat MV space asterisk slash temp. Asterisk space slash temp. I don't care about them. Okay, now do the YASP again.
Okay.
Get to software repositories. So there are none this time.
Right.
I could have done the whole thing by VI or grabbed a repo file from some other system, but let's tab to Add. Tab down to NFS and select. Tab to Next. Again, 10.1.10.15.
Okay. Anything else?
Slash install.
Right
slash
here?
uppercase I.
Do the install?
Lowercase install. Slash updates.
Okay.
Now here's where I need to know something. So take your right window, the shadow of this thing, Control right bracket Q out of that thing if you can. Control right bracket Q. Okay, exit. Let's get to FTL server. Exit. The SMN prompt. The right window, do an exit.
You just want me to get in a window, right?
No, yeah, in the window, type in exit, the right window.
The right
Instead
window.
of SMN, the blue one that you just were in. Go to the right. There, that window. Okay. Now LS install. Sure. ls/install/updates. So I will explain the creation of these later. Not today's topic. But I want to use the May 25th one. So in your left window now, let's do a slash SLES11 SP3 dash updates dash May 25.
Okay.
And I'm just picking that one because it had, I think, the proper kernel.
Okay.
Notice I do have a November 14th now, but I didn't want to use a November 14th yet.
Yeah.
So I'm just picking one that's older, and that gives me a chance to update from there. So tab to next. And it looks good. So
It does.
click OK.
Okay. Unassigned
What's
file.
it complaining about?
Unsigned file.
So
The
it's
file-
that's okay. We're going to accept it. I need to discuss how to sign it. But tab to yes. Use it anyway.
Okay.
So we need to discuss signing.
All right.
I do have a signed one, and we'll talk about that later. So these updates were gotten by an SMT mirror, and they're actually going to the right window, the one on the FCL server. Go to the right where we did the LS.
Uh-huh.
It's still there. There we are. So now I forgot what I was going to do.
You were talking about signing.
Oh, yeah.
And
CD into SRV slash SRV. This is where the web server is. Slash SRV slash www slash htdocs htdocs repo. Enter ls. Type in SMT mirror. SMT-mirror. I'll explain all of this later. SMT-mirror. I don't know what happened.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
you're not root.
Yes, that's right.
Let's forget that for now.
Oh, okay.
But SMT-mirror will populate that repo directory tree and basically mirror the repositories. We'll talk about that at another time.
All right.
Go back to the left window.
Okay.
Quit out of there.
There we
So
go.
anyways, in that right window, there was going to be a .gpg directory with a couple of secret key files that would have to get copied. So what I do is an SMT mirror. I go into that directory and cherry pick or copy everything into my snapshot. Then I have to put in secret keys. And then it should be signed. But I can also simply say it's unsigned, but I'll accept it. Okay?
Uh-huh.
In the left window now, do an ls. Do a cat of that file. Cat asterisk or tab.
Yeah.
So there you have a basic one that, and it's marked as RPM-MD rather than, for example, a base YAST2 type of one.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what zipper update or zipper refresh does first. Let's do a zipper refresh.
Just a
Two Y's. Two Y's.
2 Y's, not 2 P's, yes. What's that now? No, wasn't it 2 P's?
ZYPPER. I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't spell. No, it's 2 P's. Oh, is that right? Go ahead. Zipper. Base refresh.
CYPP.
ER.
It's ER, okay. Okay.
Refresh. That goes out and actually reads the metadata for these repositories. Continue, yes.
Yeah, we want to keep going. They're still complaining about something.
I'll try a refresh again.
A zipper refresh like that?
Yep.
Okay.
And since it's read in and you've accepted that unsigned, that metadata is now known to zipper.
Okay.
So if I rebuild that repository and the metadata on it changes because there's a create repo within that directory, then the metadata changes and it would come up against saying it isn't signed. It doesn't match the metadata.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Zipper LR, ZYPPER space LR to list the repositories.
Okay.
We've only got one. Sometimes I'll have the base one and the updates, but let's just see what happens. We should simply be able to do a zipper update.
Nothing to do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay? Let's edit this file. Do a VI on it.
On the repository?
Yeah, the repo file you got.
Okay.
Yep. Let's change the May 29th down on the fourth line or so, the fifth one, install updates. Let's change that May 25 to November 1/4. I'm not going to bother with the comments, but change that to a November 1/4. Remember, we're going to blow this root away anyways.
I know. Yeah.
Escape,
Right.
get out of there.
Okay.
Now try zipper refresh.
File. Not found on media.
That's okay.
Okay.
Ignore.
Invalid answer.
High.
Yep. I'm getting there.
Do it again. Up arrow. Enter. High. Just an I. Enter. What did it complain about now?
Let's see. Error retrieving metadata for
Sure.
May 25th.
Yeah, I have a problem here. When I upgraded the FCL server a week or so ago, it broke create repo.
Oh.
What's the other one I got there? October 25th? In the right window. What? That's October 20th.
I'm looking, just October 23rd.
In that right window?
October 23rd.
Okay, let's edit and try October 23rd.
All right.
We could also change the type. October 23rd. Go ahead, quit out of there. Try a refresh.
Okay, so
Different, okay. So it
Yep.
found a repo MD, but it was still unsigned. Go ahead and do a zipper update.
well, but it did the May 25th again. I was expecting it to do the October.
That's the name. We never changed the name of the repo.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
now you want me to do a what?
Don't let that confuse you.
Did you want the zipper update now?
Yeah, let's do a zipper update.
Okay. Looking good.
I don't want to do these. Let's just break out of there.
Okay. All right.
So again, because I was messing with that sucker,
Uh-huh.
tap the thing again.
The what thing? I'm sorry.
Do a cat to that repo file. Cat tab.
Oh, okay.
Tab. So, you know, I didn't change the bracket or the top two lines,
Oh, yeah.
but it still picked up newer updates than we had out of the May. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's remove that file. I don't care. Remove it. RM. Let's do another one.
Okay.
Bring in Yast again. Tab 2, software repositories. This time we're going to add again. Tab to add. Make it NFS. And this time do not, okay, tab down to download and deselect that. Deselect the download repository. There are none with this repository, right?
Yep.
So there's nothing to download. So tab to next.
Okay.
N11015. It's not an ISO, so just tab to next. Oh, path. /install/updates. SLES11 SP3 dash updates dash November 14, NOV dash NOV 14.
Do the November. Okay.
And I can't always remember those paths. That's why the right window there I did an LS on
Yep.
FCL server.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Tab to next.
Okay.
So that time it didn't seem to complain because I said don't download stuff.
Uh-huh.
Select OK. Quit. Tab to quit.
Hey, we're out of there.
Let's LS.
There we go.
Let's cap that sucker. This time it doesn't say for type RPM MD. It just says plain dir. Okay?
Okay.
See that?
Uh-huh.
Type equals plain dir.
Right.
Whereas the one we had before that was saying there's no MD file found was RPM-MD. That's a create repo yum style repository. This time I built one that said there's no metadata.
Ah.
So now let's try a zipper refresh. And I really hated having taken an update on FCL server and then it broke some things.
No.
I was trying to fix, and you know how it is. You sometimes break more than you fix, and you don't see the breaks for a couple weeks sometimes.
Yep.
So it's going through all the RPMs that are in that directory that were copied from that server repository that SMT Mirror would have synced up with. Okay, so now let's do a zipper update.
And we want to keep
and
going?
this time let's do a yes. Why?
Okay.
So we're updating this current route. I'm basically done now.
Okay.
When this update is done, you can try rebooting Thought 2
Uh-huh.
and see if you can get it up on the second route, the SDB. And then we got to go back to Tom and USPS to figure out how they're doing the FAT
Yep. Yep.
and the elilo.com. But that's as much as I planned on demoing today. It just took a little longer here and there.
Yeah.
But
Always
we
does.
started at what, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. And thank
Now you
much.
might want to just leave the recorder going until you're done with the reboot. It's your choice and what you want to do.
Oh, that's probably a good idea. And I like that idea.
And I'll leave my window and phone open for you. But I'm going to leave the room for a while.
Okay.
So I'm passing everything to you now. I'm done with the demo portion.
Yep. Yep. Appreciate it. And I'll
and
keep
once the
recording.
zipper is done, you're basically going to try to see if you can reboot SDB with this new kernel.
Right.
And it should be like a 45 kernel or something like that. Actually, can we see it right now? One of these will show the kernel and show you what rev level. When you're done, you're going to do a reboot. What we did not get to was booting on that new route and then doing first boot. We never got a first boot YAS screen that says configure networks and stuff like that.
That's true. We haven't.
So we're not successful on that portion yet. But this was all good practice for you. We just need to understand the LVM. And you'll be able to show Tom where we were in LVM and how we built it and stuff too. But basically,
Sure.
I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Right. Right. So
But
now we know. So
the make init RD kernel has got to have LVM kernel modules loaded in it. So we might end up cherooting into that second root and then editing itsysys config kernel and adding LVM into the make init RD kernel modules.
Yeah.
and then remaking the make init RD with a make init RD command. We'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
So there, as long as we can get up on this second root, we should be able to repair and recover that first root. But we need to modify the FS tabs to be able to find the root. And I believe at that point the kernel just doesn't know how to read an LVM yet. Or something like device mapper paths instead of dev root underscore A. Okay?
Yep.
So you can take a break. Again, I'm leaving the room. I'm going to deal with some other things.
Okay. So I'm going to see if where we go here, but I'll do a
My
reboot and
wife's
see if we can bring it up.
It is 60 today, so
Yeah.
I got to make sure she is happy.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So when this install is done, just do a reboot, or I often just use init 6, USPSM to do a shutdown-R. I avoid halt, by the way. I avoid using halt.
I thought somebody told me to use halt.
No.
Okay. Void halt. Okay.
The problem is it can leave that Pattsburg sleep error. It's not, when you do a halt, it's still leaving logic awake. And then the power command doesn't work. So what I prefer to do is an init 6 and then interrupt it after it's unmounted everything. But if I do a halt, it might leave me with the Pattsburg error where it says, this thing's half asleep, but I can't power cycle it because some of it's still awake.
Right.
Now, we can talk about that later, but I generally try to avoid halt for that reason. Okay?
Yep. All right. Well, thank you much.
I'm going to leave the room for about 10 minutes. I'll check back in about 10.
Okay. All right.
And again, just recording till you're complete with this reboot if you want. However long you want to run the recorder from this point on.
Right, right.
But you're on your own at this point.
Okay.
No more guidance from me for the day.
All right. But we're hooking up again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, well, every day we're going to have to resync, but yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
What I may do is rebuild this without LVM and then do the next phase. Or I might actually, we'll decide tomorrow, but be able to I wanted to get to the next phase of actually building the GPUDB ISO. That's the next important part. Well, there you go. View notifications, no, N. And then reboot. Or actually shutdown-H. That'll work too.
Okay.
Keep in mind your EFI elilo.conf is defaulting to a different route that it can't find, and it's going to drop back into that. Here's a different route. Can I try that one? Remember?
Yeah, so is it going to auto timeout on that, or is that something we'll have to catch?
No, it'll sit there. No, it'll sit there on yes or no. I found this route. You want to try it.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to leave the phone open, and you can just close off the phone whenever you're happy.
Okay. All right.
And record it too. Okay.
All right.
I'll check back in about 10.
All right. Oh.